Welcome to the Nine Eye Bowling Club here in Wellington for a continuation of the Trans-Tasman Bowls Challenge. It is day 3 and therefore it's the final day of competition, and at the end of this day we'll have worked out who the winners of each section are and of course who is the 2025 Trans-Tasman champion, Australia or New Zealand. We're going to show you 3 games today. 2 of those will be singles matches, and the first of those, a women's match starting very shortly. The third will be a men's triples game. So we've mentioned a few times that this event started in 1979 and it's gone through various formats. But what that discussion has produced is a lot of memories from the intervening years. And we've dug into our archives and come up with this little highlight from 1984. Men dressed in white, wearing ties, the spectators wearing lovely hats. All right, have a look though at this highlight and see if you recognise some of the featured players.
Here it comes. He's got one. He's got 2 of the Australian bowls off the rink. Now, this is an interesting situation. If you're looking at Scotland and Keithpool, they are examining the bowls because there's an Australian toucher, and that Australian toucher has gone into the ditch. Scotland looking to draw as close to the ditch as possible. Jack still alive. This is a good bowl from Scotland. Has he got the jack? He has. Oh, magnificent Scog. It's unbeatable. That's an unbeatable bowl from Scotland. I love it. I love it. Scotland has put the jack in the ditch, and his bowl is sitting right beside the jack, and Scotland has shot. The 2 skippers are delivering. They're just throwing the bowls up the rink. You'll get a camera angle now. The 2 skippers have decided that they will not finish the head. The Australian skipper has conceded that Scotland's bowl is unbeatable.
1980, whenever you said it was, John.
1984, I think it was there. And as I mentioned, you know, players wearing ties and whites, only black bowls used then probably. I don't know if we couldn't tell, of course, if there were any brown ones, but those were the only colours available. And some superstars of both Australia and New Zealand bowls.
So this game here is going to be between Taylor Bruce and Dawn Heyman. Looking forward to that. You spoke about it a little bit at the top of the show, John, but they've had some good battles, haven't they?
Well, yeah, really. And most of them, well, we've seen, I think their early game was played indoors, but they played outdoors. And just to let you know that the outdoors, the conditions are the best they've been. Beautiful blue sky, no breeze. The green there is running at 17 seconds outside. Inside again, it's at that typical sort of 16 and a bit. This is an opportunity here for us to see world class again, games in action, players, well, with Taylor Bruce, of course, a world champion singles player. Dawn, of course, just fought her way back into this Australian team and been winning everything, so such a competitor. We'll have a look at how they got on in the previous games. But it is important for New Zealand that Taylor starts off with a win here. You really need that to continue the momentum going with the women's section in particular. And we'll be keeping an eye on the men as well, because that's very, very close. The marker here is Steve Sargent. He's holding one blue sticker up, or lollipop, which suggests it's Dawn Heyman holding shot. Jogging after it, thinks it's in the zone, and Sargent anticipates that it's going to be another shot. We've commented over the couple of days about the green that the players are using, the side of the rink they're using. one side is much better at drawing, it seems, than the other. And we'll see what these players settle into. But of course, with singles, you're playing both sides. You've got to play them both with confidence. Early start for the players. They were arriving at the venue here at just after 7:30, which means that they were up and about a lot earlier than that. So 3 tiring days, and for the Aussies, of course, to travel across the ditch to get here initially. There's another good bowl, maybe not in the count. Oh yes, it is. I see 3 blue lollipops pop up from Steve Sargent, so fairly handy start here with 1 to play.
Looks like quite a tight head to be 3 down, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Taylor's done very little wrong here.
So it's not first to 21 as would normally be the case in singles. This is sets at play, and she hasn't got through. A weight was delightful. A flick off that would have helped. She might. Has she cut out 1?
Perfect speed.
Yeah. She might have. She was 3 down when she delivered that, and there's no doubt if she'd just crept around her own bowls, she would have been in for shot probably. The weight was so ideal. Beats that one, and that is 1. So she did cut out 2.
And a good start for Dawn Heyman. Nice bowls to begin this match with, and we'll just quickly give you an update on the overall leaderboard after the second day of play. You can see there the Open men had a so agonising afternoon, agonising third round, and lost both of the games. So instead of being locked at 6 apiece this morning, the Open men trail 5 games to 7.
And at least 1 tiebreaker, maybe
Yes,
2 tiebreakers in those games, weren't they?
Very close. The Open women have the reverse situation, able to clean sweep Australia in the afternoon yesterday, so lead 7 games to 5. And for the development women and the development men, they can't afford to lose a game today. And if they don't lose a game today, they have a chance from New Zealand. And the pairs are tied at 6 games apiece. So some really close games have been going on the last 2 days, and I'm looking forward to a very exciting second day.
Yes, it's a little bit of a what if in some situations there, particularly those men. You know, each of the tiebreakers, who were tiebreakers, I think, in the pairs and triples, and both those tiebreakers went to the third. You know, it was 1-1 going into that third end, and the points wasn't much in it. So there was a fair bit of frustration on the faces of the likes of Ali Forsyth and Shannon McElroy, who were the pair. But gee, the crowds were sitting outside watching those matches yesterday, and there'll be a number of people here today to watch this final day, particularly with the weather the way it's turned out.
Oh, stunning Sunday brewing at Dine Night. Well, it's gone well.
Taylor Bruce's parents are here watching this. They've been here the whole weekend. So enthusiastically, because there was a suggestion earlier that we were having the men's triples first, and so the Bruce family were on their phones. I said, "Oh, get off your phones." They said, "We're texting, letting people know that it's Taylor's playing now on the televised event."
A world champion. It's hard to believe it was 2023 when Taylor Bruce lifted that crown. I don't understand where the time has gone. continuing a tradition of very strong female bowlers in New Zealand. Interesting here, Dawn Heyman, one down on the head. No back bowls, so I would expect to see perhaps just a draw bowl here, John. It seems dangerous if you try rip out the shot bowl. If you're narrow, I think your bowl might run away from the jack.
Did you notice that
Could
Taylor's last one was for that, wasn't it? She put it over. The only back bowl there is Taylor Bruce's last. She could still just tickle this back. And over to the right as we view it.
Needs it to hold.
Oh, gosh.
In the end, I think she was probably quite grateful that it swung. As you get a feather of the jack, she could have sliced it back to drop a 3. But it was perfect weight just to draw it around the corner. Bonus bowl time.
Yes. How does she capitalise on this? Probably backhand, do you think? Or no, she's looking forehand. She's played that pretty well so far.
Oh, there's one way to navigate it.
Gee. Those 3 bowls all in a line there.
And it's 2 to New Zealand. So she's made it through. And Taylor Bruce leads 2-1 after 2 ends.
Now that's a shot worth watching, isn't it? Because it was just so delicate. It was most people, and I indicated that myself, you'd steer away from playing there because of where the opposition's bowl was situated. We couldn't tell exactly its location, but it looked so much more open on the other hand. But no, she backed herself to draw around and settled in beautifully for 2 shots.
Really trusted her weight there. So she knew that even if she'd missed the line, she probably didn't have the weight to sell the farm and set a bowl up and over. We know this is the more forgiving hand of the 2 on this television rank. That's a beautiful start from Taylor Bruce. What a bowl. These players have played 3 times before. In the morning, on the first day, it was a straight sets win for Australia, 8-4, 7-6. Then in the afternoon, New Zealand lost the first set 3-6, and Taylor won the second set 11-3, and the tiebreak 3-2. And yesterday, the first set was drawn 7-all, and the second set Taylor won 11 shots to 1. So the tally in the singles matches, 2 to Taylor, 1 to Dawn, and some interesting games.
Yeah. And she won't be all that happy with that last shot. It's just given Dawn Heyman something to use. Mind you, she's also got that to use if she gets a wee edge.
Steve Sargent indicating 1.5 to New Zealand.
Won't be now.
Yeah, that's a nice bowl from Taylor Bruce.
Yeah, locked it up.
Dawn will be tempted to have a go at this with your third bowl. Talk about the third bowl being a good one for aggression. She's very close here.
Spot on.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Killed the jack and followed through, so I mean no one's really holding, are they? That's just reset the head. A lovely bowl.
Yeah, made her mind up. Went for it early.
Look at this. I think you can get a lot of confidence from a shot like that.
Yeah. I think she's holding the shot out of it too. The bowl travelled the furthest back. So from a position of strength, holding 2 shots and a handy 3rd shot, Taylor Bruce is now drawing to save the situation. It's only 1 down, a lot of room to draw. Oh, oh my word.
Oh, that's outstanding.
Yeah.
The decision for Dawn now is it easier to draw within a foot, or is it easier to try and chip that bowl off? Because it may seem strange to say, but Dawn has the next closest bowl that sits about 400 metres away in the 2 o'clock direction. You've just played a drive shot. Is it easier just to chip the bowl off for 1?
We'll find out in a moment. But she does know there's half a metre, plenty of drawing room if that's what she's keen on. Yeah, that's a better shot.
Yeah, it's literally whichever bowl you think you've got a better chance of getting in. Dawn's a good enough bowler to draw the shot here. Oh, nearly.
Just a single there for the New Zealand representative Taylor Bruce. She kicks the bowls back a fair way. Drops the mat down. We see the other activity on today in this round. All the players crowded around the head. So a single there for Taylor Bruce, so she now leads by 3-1. And Bruce has been a really very positive ambassador for bowls in New Zealand and has spent a lot of time always willing to go to clubs. Has a lot to do with the youth development in the Canterbury region in particular, where she's from. And part of the strongest women's units we've had in New Zealand for a while.
Been a very successful New Zealand women's team, hasn't it, over the last 3 years? And continuing that success at this Trans-Tasman. 2 games up going into the final day. Battling away.
Yeah, that's a good bowl. The situation was that Taylor Bruce had 2 past the jack, which were advantageous if there was some weight to be played, and she might well have been considering that with this bowl. But where Heyman's bowl has landed, just cuts down the options a little bit. She's got it like this, doesn't she? She's got it like that. Or second shot anyway. Gee. Hammond will look to move the jack, and also or move the Bruce bowl, and she's done that beautifully.
Oh, lovely!
Yeah, lovely bowl.
So it would be 2 shots to Australia here, and Taylor may have to switch to her forehand side.
it's just one is saying at the moment, unofficially there. Or,
Goodness.
yeah.
Certainly didn't look like that on the cameras. Taylor's bowl must be more level with the jack than it appears. Still think the forehand's probably the way to go, John, to the left of your screen.
At the moment, yeah. We'll just... Yes, she is. She's gone that way. I think if it had... Yeah, even if it had been 2 down... So any movement of the jack won't really impact on negatively for the Kiwi.
Oh.
Gee, what a line. What a great line. Oh,
Great effort from Taylor Bruce. Did almost nothing wrong there.
Did it change the situation though? Because the jack moves slightly, it might well have given Heyman 2.
She may be too light.
Yeah. Just see Sargent asking whether it was 1 or 2. He's got a pretty good eye himself. He's going to give us the benefit of his experience, is he? And
come on, Steve. Yep. Ah, yeah. Was
and a measure. 1 on a measure.
Well. What's the point in having lollipoppers if they...
So indecisive and unwilling to take a chance.
You'd be misinforming everyone watching. Doesn't change Dawn's shot anyway. She's still just drawing as close as she can on the forehand, and it has to be in the area with this one, surely. That was pretty to watch, wasn't it?
Well, it's certainly 2 now, but it might not be 2 into measure because again, yeah, it is 2. Yeah, so outstanding bowls from this pair. It's 3-all after 4 ends. Taylor Bruce, Dawn Heyman. Outdoors today we've got the men's and women's development combinations, pairs and triples. And the other matches, there we go. See, nice blue sky and warm temperatures. The Australians who've been here previously as well will be wondering if summer ever hits this area.
Oh, we've always had beautiful weather in New Zealand.
Except when the Australian bowlers arrive.
Well, it's because they bring it with them. Which Mark Cameron did say at the intro. And I expected a ripple of laughter, but nothing. He said, it's good to see the Australians have brought the weather with you. Just stony cold silence.
Stony cold silence, yeah.
CEO of Bowls New Zealand does not have a future as a stand-up comedian.
Got to pick your audience.
Yeah, and he picked the wrong one.
Yeah. So today here we've got men's pairs and triples indoors, women's pairs and triples of course. But at the moment, and this it's of course at 4s and singles and the mixed para pairs.
Lovely opening bowl from Taylor.
Great to watch these two, and you know Taylor Bruce, watching her delivery never changes. It's as is the case with all the top players, of course, but just that hand coming up in front of the face, almost staying down a long time. Same with Heyman, although slightly different in that she steps out afterwards, which is sort of an Australian thing, isn't it? But a lot of New Zealanders are doing that as well. Here goes the jack.
That's a beautiful bowl. Lovely shot from Dawn. Be interesting to see what Taylor opts to play. I think she'll stay on her forehand side and just play 4 feet over, 5 feet over. Just try and sit your own bowl up and over, go around it or underneath. You're okay.
Or sit the shot.
Anything in that zone. Yeah, she had the good weight for it.
Yep.
Oh, Oh, there's some excitement going on. It's been great to hear the enthusiasm from the players over the last 3 days, John, particularly in the indoor arena where it's quite echoey. There's been no lack of noise from either country. It's been fantastic.
And often you'll see the players that we're watching here, televising, looking at other games before they play or while they're waiting for a bowl to be played to see how their teams are getting on. There's, it's great team camaraderie here from both Australia and New Zealand. Sneaking in, no, not quite. So
just a smidgen short.
So Bruce has this opportunity again. If she plays that same shot, she can, you'd say, turn one of her bowls over, or can she get through that gap between her two bowls and sit the shot bowl that's there? That looks.
She'll be aware that Dawn has no back bowls, and that Taylor now has a bowl that is a back bowl. Therefore, missing heavy is fine. So, won't be short. You've got every chance in the world of making a number here. I think just tightening the lineup with this bowl. Yeah, look at this. This should be close. She should be close, John. Little wriggle. Oh, you're joking.
Gee.
Great try.
Had so much going for it, didn't it? It looked to be heading directly for the jack or take the shot, but it is one. That bowl from Dawn Heyman remains unscathed, and she grabs another one and takes the lead in this first set.
Zipping through. It's already the sixth end of set one. Players not mucking around at all. Great to have too Wendy Mackey manning the scoreboard, member of the Nine Bowling Club, a well-known bowler in the Wellington region. There she is, sitting there next to the scoreboard. Good seat, isn't it?
Yes. There's a lot riding on this game. New Zealand women go into day 3 with an advantage. 7-5 the overall score for the women.
So important if New Zealand can have a good round here. That creates a mountain to climb for Australia. And the singles usually sets the tone for the round, because the singles game is going to finish quicker than, in this case, the triples that's going on.
Heyman's covering that nicely.
Holding, oh, just underneath. Good try from Taylor Bruce. What I was saying before I got distracted is, in this case, it's a fours game that's going on, so that's going to take a lot longer than the singles. So if the singles player can win, you can start to build momentum through your team.
Yeah.
I can tell viewers that the women's fours, New Zealand currently lead 4 shots to 2 after 2 ends, and that's a bit unlucky from Dawn to widen that target.
Yeah.
Taylor may have a look at this. 2 bowls to go.
Isn't it a great thing about singles where it's entirely up to you? She's standing there making her mind up. There's no one down there saying, okay, play here because you've got this ball here which is 2 foot over. If you trail the jack here, that'll be it. She's making her own mind up. It's a hugely mentally tough game, singles. Mike Kernahan behind the New Zealand leading selector, who's played a lot of this stuff himself. Oh, she doesn't want to miss on it. That might be second shot, but
if it's second shot,
no, it's not second
too
shot.
light. Just a bowl underneath the line there. Taylor would have been tempted to be more aggressive, but such a good draw bowler. Not sure what Dawn's going to play here, John. You'd be frightened of making, if you're holding 2, suppose you've got 1 at the back. I don't know, I'd just be reticent to make the target bigger, so if you're drawing, you have to try and draw dead in line with the jack to keep it as a 1-bowl target. So Taylor Scott last bowl.
So she, as the players are allowed to do, and just checking with their coaches, and with the situation there at the head, she'll be thinking, what will Taylor Bruce do in this situation? The jack is jammed up against that bowl. I think it's touching it, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
She's got the back bowl. That's the Australian has the back bowl.
I think there's a New Zealand bowl just past the bottom right corner of your screen. So I think if Taylor was able to kill the end, she could score the shot. No, you've got the back covered.
Yeah.
I think it's just keep it simple at this stage. Then you just draw as close as you can and try and focus. Really, you'd be focusing on your green so that you're in line with the jack instead of to the side of it.
Oh, gosh.
That's gone poorly.
Yeah.
And now an opportunity for Taylor. This is a great angle. Taylor could play her backhand side, which is to the left or the right now of the screen. Replace the shot bowl. If she's slightly narrow, she's picking the jack across to the left of it. And it's reasonably safe because Taylor knows she's got second shot, so may opt to switch and play sort of a bit of a Reiki bowl. A couple of metres over on the back end.
And just going back to that Heyman shot, if she'd been slightly narrower, she would have flicked that Taylor Bruce bowl out and she would have been sitting with 3. So there was just that fine margins. Here we go, last bowl of the 6th end.
Oh, she's decided to play the forehand, fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, she's not far away either here, John.
Or just held on it. Really did. So there was the opportunity. But it's only a single. But it does mean it's 5-3 if they decide on a single. Yes, they do. First set.
Interesting. So New Zealand trail by 2 on what is now the final end of this first set. They've had a couple of drawn sets in the 3 games of singles that have been played. 7 apiece yesterday morning. What have they got to here? 3 and 5. So a lower scoring game as we see a bowl fly past head there on the outside at 9-8. Short end, John.
Yeah. Might be too short.
While we're waiting for the measure, we'll just have a look at some of the players' achievements. It was both Dawn and Taylor. Very impressive bowls careers. 134 international appearances for Taylor Bruce and had a magnificent 2023 World Championship, a gold in the singles and a silver in the triples, and we have far too many other achievements for us to fit on the screen.
Yep.
Debuted in 2015, so she's 28, was 18 years old when she was on debut.
Yep. And the story was that she watched the World Championships in Christchurch and watched the Australians, who she thought were fantastic, and decided to take it up. And here we go. It's similar age, Dawn Heyman.
A shorter international career. You can see there Dawn was in the World Bowls Championship triples team that defeated Taylor in 2023, so has also been very successful. Great bowlers we're privileged to be watching.
So now it looks as though that jack was not up. We see where it is now. I think we've had
Redelivered slightly past.
Yeah. So Taylor Bruce would have had the opportunity then to set the length of the end. Just not quite picking it there. I like that, just talking to Shannon McElroy after day one, and he just reinforced that it's when you're playing against the best that you play your best. And you can see people like Bruce or Heyman who might go off and play an event somewhere and get beaten, and you know, the headline in most people's minds is world champion losers or whatever it might be, but it's not until they're playing against the best that they play their best. Sometimes, you know, like in any occupation or sport, you drop your guard a little bit, but when it really matters, this is what brings the best out of them. So Bruce and Heyman have played against each other a number of times, whether it be singles or, as we saw there, international teams games. This has forced Taylor to play aggressively.
Needs it
Looking
to
for the
hold.
split.
She's got it. Good bowl from Taylor Bruce. What a lovely shot. Would have really been hoping that would hold one more inch and not get that jack movement that we saw, but a beautiful bowl nonetheless. Trying to score a 2 on this end. Dawn seems quite locked in.
Yes, well, they both are, aren't they? If you want a study in concentration, and what we're seeing here is exactly that. As with our cameraman Max is going into the faces quite often after delivery or before delivery, and you just see how intense they both are. This is tracking well. Holds now. That's good. So there we see we've had 2 draw bowls on the forehand from Bruce. Then that run shot, which saw the jack split away to the left. So then she's on the other hand with a different
skillful
green
isn't
to
it?
take. Yeah, and that's what the hours of practice produce.
What it's done is turned a head around that was looking brilliant for Australia into one that, unless Dawn plays a perfect bowl here, Taylor should have an opportunity to draw for 2. And even if Dawn can draw close, there should be a shot on for Taylor to remove the shot bowl or move the jack back a little. It's going to require literal perfection.
And the odds of Dawn Heyman not drawing the shot here are significant. She's been playing superbly. We've seen her in, at least one TV game, but also just watching her in other matches. She's been really steady, smart player.
Yeah, that's lovely.
Yeah.
Essentially what that's saying is I'm not going to drop you've removed the chance of dropping a 3 with a trail back to the 2 bowls of Taylor. So Taylor now has to get down and just draw a bowl within a foot and a half to draw the set. So a smart bowl there from Dawn.
See, that's an indication of what I was chatting about earlier. The Australians coming over and low-fiving Dawn Heyman for that bowl. So dead draw for to share the first set, or is there an opportunity? I think that last bowl of Heyman's took away that opportunity for Bruce to get 3 here.
To draw the set.
Looks to be weighted. So looking to cart it back. Oh yes, has she? Has she or has she not? No.
Out.
So that last bowl of Dawn Heyman's was absolutely perfect. It looks like it's only the single. It looks like it's the first set. It is, and it is the first set to Dawn Heyman of Australia by 5-4. Wouldn't that rip your whatevers? Hey, that was almost perfect from Taylor Bruce, that last bowl, which came in. She had to be absolutely perfect with it, and she was almost absolutely perfect.
To sit against the bias is insult to injury as well. Very disappointed. Well, it was a good first set. Remembering Nine indoors, the open plate on the first day, Dawn defeated Taylor, not comfortably, but in straight sets by 2 or 3 shots. And then Taylor turned it around on the natural green. She'll be happy enough with, I think, how she's gone there, but for a couple of bowls. It's interesting that both of these players have been preferring this nice turning hand to start off with, hasn't it?
Oh, they're both picking the same line. They're using the same bowls. Just adding a bit of green here for Dawn Heyman. Not overcorrecting. Oh yes, just overcorrecting. Six inches was a reply to the question.
Yeah, it's interesting when you listen to that. We've got fantastic markers here for these international events, and it was the same for the World Champion of Champions singles. The markers ask the players their preferred measurement communication system.
Yep.
So do you want it in inches or metric, or would you like it physically with arm length? They also talk about, and the markers will have asked the Australians how they feel about jack high, jack low and jack level, because in New Zealand, of course, we're the only country in the bowling the world that has jack high meaning past and jack low meaning short. The laws of the game only talk about jack high, and to everyone else in the world it means jack level, so the markers will have explained that to the Australians. I've been a little bit distracted in the commentary booth by what looks like an interesting puzzle being solved by John Macbeth as we try and get Brett O'Reilly on board. Maybe we all just shuffle to our right and then it's not too much of a... There we go.
Just got a wire caught up here.
No drama.
Not the first time there's been crossed wires and bowls.
No. Here we go with Heyman with her final bowl. Looking to grab the shot from Bruce, and she does it. Well, she's playing so well.
Very different Dawn Heyman today.
Whew. Did you watch her in previous ones?
I did. I thought yesterday she really struggled outside. I think the comment from a lot of the players is that the outdoor greens at 9 have been quite sluggish the last 2 days. Obviously, we've had a little bit of rain, and I've just been outside watching the development team, and they're definitely more like 9 speed, 17 seconds this morning and really running well. But I think, it's not like the Australians aren't used to playing on slower greens, but I think Dawn just really struggled with the pace yesterday and just didn't at all seem very confident in herself. But she's a different person today, and certainly started with purpose. Taylor obviously be disappointed with her last bowl of the first set where she had a chance to draw, but it's a game of fine margins, as we know.
She's looking to just push the shot ball out now. Has she got the right? Just going to slide past. Oh, it's one of those. Not going to turn into one of those days, is it? She says. We've seen a lot of near misses in the games here. We've seen some wonderful touch bowls, some superb play. And in this game, it really has been two fantastic players in action, with Dawn Heyman winning the first 5-4. She gets the first break in the second set.
What's been interesting in the development this morning, and there you can see the beautiful greens here at 9i. The faster greens is really suiting the Kiwis. Lisa Prideaux won her first set in the women's singles. The women's fours and men's fours both in front. The only exception being the men's singles, where Kane Nelson is well up against Aidan Takarua. And inside here, in the three para games, Australia with the edge in all of those games. The women's fours, New Zealand off to a flyer, 9-2 in front. When I came to join you, and the New Zealand men's fours trailing 4-1, and in the men's singles, Aaron Wilson won the first set and is 4-1 up in the second. So
all those results very meaningful as we look at the overall leaderboard after day 2. The Open women in front, and the paras level at 6-all, but Australia in front in the other three. Just Alex and I were just mentioning earlier about, and my memory of last year was that it was quite tight after 2 days, and then the Australians just took control and won it convincingly. So that would have been an abject lesson to the Kiwis. You really have to be on your game for the third, for every match, for every bowl. You've got to be on your game.
Absolutely. I mean, I definitely think the faster greens outside should play into the hands of the New Zealand development team, and I think they're certainly enjoying the conditions. I had a brief chat to Blake Signal before I came inside, and he said, "Look, I think we're feeling like it's just a bit easier today, where we've been struggling a little bit outside on the first day when they were there, and I think we saw that a little bit yesterday outside. So hopefully that'll give the development team a chance of clawing their way back inside it. Of course, the conditions don't change much, and I expect we'll just see some great bowls like we've seen over the last 2 days.
So the length of the end has been sorted. For the second time we've had the measure board out, and Dawn Heyman has not quite made the mark, handing that little advantage to her opponent. But really, in this class of play, it doesn't matter all that much unless you find that you've got a very sizable advantage when you're playing a certain length. So
yep.
She didn't have the jack length she wanted, but there she puts her first bowl pretty much on it.
It's been interesting to me, John, to see that, like last year, the Australians prefer shorter ends.
Yep.
And I think, because they've got so much firepower, they know, they can attack. Where, playing on slow greens, you'd expect they might, at home, they'd play longer, but across the board, they seem to be playing shorter ends, maybe with the exception of Kane Nelson in the development singles, where he seems to prefer longer ends. I
think we noticed that on day one that they certainly played shorter ends, but not so much inside yesterday. So why that might have been. I chatted to Mike Kernahan about it after day one, and he thought just they felt it was truer. They could trust their bowls more on the short ends, and so that's what they've done.
But I wonder whether they've made a conscious decision overnight to just play slightly shorter today and use their firepower. Let's see. It's early days, but definitely across the rinks, with the exception of the para teams in the Open, the Australians seem to be favouring slightly shorter ends.
I'm not sure. I mean, singles is such a pressure game, and I just wonder whether it's slightly more pressure playing sets.
Yeah, it's definitely
and I don't know why I'm asking that really, but I just think it
more intense, isn't it?
Yeah. But shorter. It's shorter, obviously.
Yeah, and you really can't. I mean, we've seen a couple of examples like Shannon McElroy dropping to 4 yesterday against Aaron Wilson.
Yeah.
Probably played the perfect game, but one end, and that one end really cost him the game.
Yeah.
Or cost him any chance of winning the game, I should say.
That's great bowl again.
Yeah, wow, that's precision stuff.
So you see a change of hands here from Taylor Bruce.
Must be tempting to
down
switch
the
to the back end.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a great tribute to Dawn Heyman's resilience, because she looked visibly distressed yesterday. She'd really had a difficult day.
She's not. She's staying on that forehand here. So looking to move the jack maybe with movement of one of Dawn's bowls.
So nice to see Dawn bouncing back.
Yeah.
Just caught a little bit wide here, I think.
Clean
That's
run.
the weight though, but that's so I think Dawn might just look at covering that area out there, because as we view that left-hand side that Taylor was using, or right-hand side now, would see a push of one of the Dawn's bowls onto the jack and perhaps move it back to the Taylor Bruce bowls. Or there might be a little gap there that we can't see. Here's a
Gary Willis being Australian head coach being called into action here. Itself, of course, a very decorated international for Australia and knows the game better than most people. I think it's been interesting watching this game between Dawn and Taylor. Typically, Taylor has the bowls behind the jack. She's typically playing with a little bit more weight and looking where Dawn's been, in dead draw mode most of today. And so we've seen a number of heads where there is the chance for Taylor to trail a jack, but those shots are tricky inside here. So I think Dawn will be looking, right, do I try and consolidate the head and make it really put the pressure on, or do I go to the back and just make sure I've got it covered in case Taylor really plays with big weight?
Where's Taylor gone?
Well, she's over talking to Mike Kernahan way out to the side there. There we are.
Yep. Because again, this early in the second set, you don't want to drop a big number.
No. And there is, and that, or what Wilson and Heyman would have been talking about too. Or do we just put another one in and don't fatten it up, make her play with weight? But certainly, so she's staying on that hand. She might just go 2 metre.
Yep, I think that's the call. No, in fact, just
could get very unlucky. Oh, she just about set down Taylor Bruce's bowl there on the way past.
Yes, she's in that group there. So that's
so that's interesting to me, because I think obviously she feels that was the danger of if the jack had just been trailed to there. If Taylor plays with big weight, maybe she ends up one down.
And, from a lay person, playing that hand seemed to be counterintuitive, didn't it?
Yeah.
I want my bowl to end up here on the right, so I'm going to play on the forehand and swing it round.
I suspect
most of us would have been playing.
Yeah, so I suspect she
might have been setting the centre line.
Yeah, she might have been slightly narrower, I think, John, than was in the plan. But she's probably more concentrating on her weight, and I'm sure, as Alex said, she might have had a little flutter about, oh dear.
Yeah, have I done some
Yeah,
damage?
where is that going? Though she didn't betray any of that on her face. Here's Taylor changing her hand, trying to draw a shot here.
Can't be
How's the
far
pace?
away.
Oh, I don't think she's there. That'll disappoint her.
Yeah, top line, everything going for it.
Yep.
Is it just one though?
Out comes one. Yep, one
It
of
is
those.
only one. Yeah, it looked a lot more dangerous than that, didn't it?
It did.
It's going to be interesting to see how this game progresses. Like we spoke about earlier, I've always felt if you start around with the singles play alongside the fours. The fours are playing 15 ends, 2 1/4 hours, so the singles are going to be finished before that. It's an opportunity to set the tone. You know, if you can win your singles match, like if Dawn wins her singles match in straight sets, that's a great tone to set for the Australian Women's Open team, particularly when they're chasing that 2-game deficit. So very important, I think, for Australia here to get a win in the singles.
Yeah, it's definitely a big confidence booster. You know, in any of these team competitions, when you've got a singles player that's getting off to a good start, and make no mistake about it, the who wins this Trans-Tasman trophy is very, very keenly contested, shall we say?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's they all know exactly what the point situation is, and they're looking to win their own individual battles. You know, the Open women in this case against each country, but also that overall board. Bit of bowl from Taylor.
Can tell viewers that the Women's Open fours currently lead 9 shots to 3 after 5 ends, which I saw on my computer, but also on the scoreboard to the left.
And I think the big difference today is that New Zealand front end is going very well. Leanne Paulson's on song, Briar Atkinson contributing nicely, and they're getting New Zealand off to a good start every time, which of course makes a massive difference in team games. And Kelsey Cottrell not quite able to deliver all the magic today, but most ends she's down. And that's allowing Selena Goddard and Val to play well. Great second bowl from Taylor. Wow.
Outstanding bowling, isn't it? And a 1-bowl target. You brave enough to hit that, or is it just an attempt to draw yourself out of trouble here?
Well, we know Dawn Heyman's probably got one of the better drives in women's bowls, but it hasn't delivered for her over the last few days.
And you saw then the markers indicate how much of a gap there was between Jack and Bowl, and she'd back herself to get in there.
Close here.
Oh, look at this.
Close here.
What a shot.
Wow.
Why drive when you can do that?
Absolutely.
That's as good as a bowler you'll ever see. Wonder if Taylor might even come and have a look at this.
See the Australian Nathan Black, outstanding Australian development player, obviously popped inside to grab some water from the water station.
So we're looking, and from a New Zealand point of view, hoping to see a repeat bowl coming in from Bruce.
Close.
Get down. Wow. It's a little clean run.
And I think if I was being critical, I think Taylor's just been inclined to play those bowls a little bit too heavy. You know, we've just seen, it's very precise in here, and with too much weight, the bowls will obviously hold. And so when she's been looking to just play those sit shots, unlike the last couple of days, she's just tended to be a little bit overweight. Not much, but just enough so the bowls aren't getting the turn that she's had, particularly yesterday outside.
Heyman knows Bruce well enough to be inside her head here and predict what Taylor might play.
Yeah, she'll want to change her hand. She won't want to set make it any easier, and it's already a pretty difficult shot to get to there.
Yeah.
So it's getting around. That's a pretty good bowl.
That's a great bowl.
Yeah, well played.
Yeah.
Just a nice cover. again.
That's tight. That's very tight. Classy bowls. If most of us could get that sort of consistent weight, we'd be delighted, wouldn't we? Oh, if we could, we'd be in this team.
Been trying for 40 years.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
still trying.
I was just going to say that as well.
Yeah.
Certainly easier behind a commentary in a commentary booth to play good bowls.
Absolutely. We can be critical.
I've not missed one yet.
You know, John and I played some magnificent stuff over the years behind the microphone. Right, Taylor's changing her hand. I think she's going to try and see if she can turn over her front bowl.
Maybe even quicker, I think, with that delivery.
Yep.
Get it square. She's very close. Look at this team.
She's got it.
Oh, good
Yes,
bowl.
she
Well
gets
played.
one. Well played.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
When looking at Taylor Bruce, you think she doesn't even breathe because there's no expression on her face at all, mouth closed, and I think now she would have big exhale of breath.
And you-
It was a
and you would've-
very good shot to save that situation.
Completely. You would have thought for certain the jack had to move there. But she really got it perfectly. I mean, if the jack had moved, that was fine because she had the back bowl. There's that third bowl from Dawn Heyman, which was just an absolute screamer.
It'll be interesting. Just watch the bowls in motion here after Taylor's shot. It gets the outside half or square through the shot bowl.
Just split everything.
Yeah, and the bowl locks on to the three of Dawn's. It's a lovely shot.
But if you saw where all those bowls finished, there was only one Taylor Bruce bowl there. There were three Dawn Heymans not far away, so it could well have worked. It worked perfectly, of course. But there was that risk factor, wasn't there?
Because she was up there, I think she probably will have understood that
Yeah.
her bowl was going to lock in.
Yeah. Oh, now she needs to just nail this.
No, of course, a happy hunting ground for Taylor. I often think, it was her coming of age as an international player when she won the World Champion of Champions singles here 3 seasons ago, and she's just gone on from strength to become, one of the best players in the world. Just gave her that confidence, I think, with that win that she had here against Christina Christic from Carla Krajanczyk, sorry, should I say, from Australia, and she really is a very, very capable singles player as well as a team player, as we've seen with her performances in the triples.
From that school of bowlers, you spoke to the body language, John, and we've said it already in this broadcast a few times. There's two types of sports person, I think. You've got the people who internalise everything really well and they play a brilliant bowl or a bad bowl and you might get a puff of the cheeks or a slight smile, and then you've got the sports people who wear their heart on the sleeve, which seems to me to be more, I think Dawn Heyman wears a heart on her sleeve and Taylor Bruce is very internalised, so it's quite fascinating to watch them play a game of singles against each other.
Sure is.
Think back to some of the personalities. Perella for the Aussies, absolutely you knew at a glance how he was feeling about the game.
You wouldn't have seen earlier, we played a little bit of 1984 Trans-Tasman, New Zealand, all dressed in white with ties on and all that sort of thing. And there was Scotland, Jim Scott, Brian Brassey, Morgan Moffat playing, and because what we've talked about here is, the first event was in 1979 and then gone through a few of the names that have appeared for both countries. So it was just nice, that black and white coverage. We think it was Geraldine where it was played.
Yeah, I seem to remember it being down in South Canterbury because I was playing with Phil Scogland slightly after that time, but avidly followed the Trans-Tasman, probably wrote about it in the Dominion back in the day.
Well, what a shot here.
Wow.
What a great shot. Holding three now.
But no, there were some great Trans-Tasmans. I remember one of the first ones, Kevin Scott, an uncle of Jim and Terry, played singles for New Zealand, and it was televised, and I think he lost 21-1.
Peter Thorne said it was 21-2.
Yeah, it was definitely 1 or 2, and I felt so sorry for him playing against. I think it was someone like Bobby King or one of the real crack Australian singles players. But I think New Zealand won that series actually, despite losing that game. So
yeah, they did. It was the first one that New Zealand won from memory.
See, Alex, I knew you'd know that.
Yep.
All right, so Taylor, 3 down here. Big bowl.
And John Snell, just
John Snell, thank you.
Back to the bowls. This is huge from Taylor Bruce.
Yeah, needs to get into this.
Has she done it?
She's close.
Is the weight good?
She's
Is the
close.
weight perfect? The weight
good.
is perfect. The weight is sensational.
Yeah,
What a bowl.
outstanding. Wow. That's why she's the world champion.
Yeah.
Doesn't get much better than that, folks.
Got to say it. That's why she's the world champion.
But no emotion because she knows that her opponent is wandering back to the mat.
Yeah, but that's that's big.
It's just outstanding, isn't it? Huge pressure. Couldn't even afford to be reaching through. Can't afford to play with weight. Nothing to hit.
Dawn's played 3 superb bowls on this hand. Look at them clustered around the jack. She doesn't have to change anything. She just needs to settle into this, knock up her own bowl. Oh, she misses it. Oh, well. Gee.
Now, I think that's interesting to me that she chose that shot because yesterday she would have been attacking that.
Yeah.
On the other hand, she would have been looking to play that bowl out. So she's obviously working on a sort of a playing the game around drawing, not using her attacking game. But in this case, that's a huge turnaround for Taylor. You know, basically a 4-shot turnaround. Could have been 3 or 4 down.
Yep.
Ends up with the shot, ties it up, and nothing in this game.
As you've said in set matches, you drop a 3 or a 4 and it becomes very difficult. A late 3 or 4 is horror.
Absolutely.
So it's 2-all now and we're playing the 5th end.
It's been quite it's amazing how quickly the time goes when the bowls is of this calibre, isn't it? Because you're just you're watching and there's between 5 and 6 effective bowls.
So good opener from Taylor. That's a good start. Pleased with that. You can see next door 9-4 to New Zealand against Australia in the women's fours after 6 ends, and Australia have just killed the jack. Well, the jack went out of the rink and is now replaced as it is in all these games, and with Australia holding the shot. So back to the singles and 2 very good opening bowls, but Taylor Bruce holding shot after a good first bowl from her.
It's been quite bizarre in that open women's fours when you look through the results. New Zealand won the first game 14-10. Then the second game in the afternoon at 9i were crushed 3 shots to 18. And then yesterday had a close game 9-12. Today they're winning, whatever we said, 9 shots to 4.
Yep.
It's intriguing how the same 4 players versus 4 players, sometimes you can get some quite different score results.
I think a lot of it's been about that front end of those teams and whoever dominates up front, because the threes and skips of both sides are such good shot players.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Wow.
Wow.
That's fantastic. What a bowl.
I was talking to some of the Australian management team this morning, and they felt they were a little bit quiet yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I think, and obviously they were playing outside, and it was the conditions. I mean, it wasn't particularly windy, but it was just a little tricky. So I think we'll hear a bit more from the players today.
Long deliberation here from Taylor Bruce.
Such a good delivery.
And she might just be looking to push her own little bowl in here.
Just kind of slip under.
Yeah.
No
Result,
damage.
but still not there. It's still there for her.
All the weight in the green. That was the problem.
Taylor Bruce is already down there, having played that 3rd bowl of hers. Tuan Heyman just checks, can I come down? Be a brave marker who said no. No, I'm sorry, the laws indicate.
I see Vince Roper there,
Yes.
Taylor's coach. Nice to see him up from Christchurch, and obviously doesn't have an official coaching capacity here because he's not on the New Zealand coaching staff, but nevertheless,
Still keep in contact.
Absolutely.
Quite a lot those.
He's been a coach since the beginnings of Taylor Bruce as a bowler, Vince Roper.
And I note Aaron Wilson and Shannon McElroy sitting at the end of the rink now watching the game, so that game's over, and I think in straight sets too. Aaron, there you see them sitting there, just Alina behind the mark of Steve Sargent.
Yes, it was straight sets to Aaron Wilson. So disappointing for the men's open team. They can afford to lose one game today. So from the New Zealand point of view, hopefully that's the one and the only one that goes down.
Yes, well, the man they called Disco was just playing short ends, and today didn't, just at minimum length and just plastering the jack. There's Nick Tomset, who's a Bay of Plenty player, partner of Caitlin Thompson, who's in the women's development team, and just been selected to lead for the Bay of Plenty 4 in the National Inter Centre coming up, and obviously getting a little bit of an autograph from Shannon. So what does Taylor do here?
Yeah, she's been down to she's stayed down there and had a long look.
She's only one down, and she'll be conscious of the fact she doesn't want to lose her second shot, because that would be a disaster with Dawn Heyman having another bowl to come. So
it would, just look at playing onto her second shot, not with great weight at all, but just enough that could have the impact of going in onto the jack or turning out the shot bowl.
Absolutely. She's not seeking any advice from Mike Kernahan, so she's obviously pretty certain in her own mind what she's going to play. See 9-6 in the women's fours now, so Australia coming back into that a little bit, having been well behind early.
Here we go. The line looks good. Is she going to turn her own over for shot? Almost snuck in the hole. Oh gosh, and if that bowl of Heyman's turns over, where does the jack go?
What an effort that was from Taylor Bruce.
Well, it tightens up the head, so it makes it pretty hard for Dawn Heyman to get another second shot unless she can sit on her back bowl and maybe flop down. So it keeps the game tight. And sometimes you just want to minimise the damage in these short games. If you can't get the shot, just make sure you don't go down too many. My late grandmother said when I first started playing the game, John, it's not how many bowls you score, it's how many bowls you stop the opposition from scoring. That determines how well you go in singles, and it's a good lesson.
Would she be willing to change her hand, go forehand? No, she's not. She might have been willing. Not in this situation where you're holding shot.
Yeah, I think she'll be just trying to draw to her back bowl. If she can sit off that, she could possibly sit down for a shot. She's on a pretty good line. I'm not sure she's got the speed. She's close.
Very forgiving hand, that side. Oh, not quite.
Yeah, she really just needed to sit down off it. So
anyway, she gets the shot and keeps on scoring, breaks that deadlock of 2-all. It's now 3-2 to Dawn Heyman of Australia after 5 ends.
And definitely a more conservative Dawn Heyman today. I think the shot you called, John, I think Dawn would have played that yesterday.
Yeah.
But today, I think, she's just drawing, just trying to, play pretty conservatively, and based on the way she's playing, pretty successfully. So again, short end.
No challenge this time, but this will be absolutely minimum length by the looks of where the mat is placed and where the jack has ended up.
Certainly. Taylor Bruce just filling up at the water station. It's pretty warm here today at Nainai. You see the sun's out, so it'll be starting to warm up inside very nicely.
As you see, John, it is nice that the Australians get to see that we do have sunshine in New Zealand. It's something that we can offer, and it's not been windy, to be fair, over the last 2.5 days.
No, I think the conditions have been about as good as you're going to get in Wellington. And that's a great opener from Taylor Bruce. Well played. Really excited to see the Test match using this format, which is likely to be our format for the Commonwealth Games next year in Glasgow, and increasingly used in a lot of the events, the 2 sets and tiebreaker format. Great viewing. Dawn Hamer just slipping past here, so 1 to Taylor Bruce.
That was almost a perfect bowl again from her. She's in confident form.
She sure is. So can Taylor nail this one and really start to put a bit of pressure on Dawn Hamer's just gone a little bit wide there.
Yeah, weight was good.
Yeah, it's handy. It's handy. It's around the head, but she'd be disappointed with that. A waste of good weight. We often say about those bowls. Beautiful speed, but just a little wide. This time Dawn Hamer does change her hand.
Taylor, I think, on this end would be aiming to score a 2 or more.
Close here. Very close here.
Orn gets a wee feather, did she or not? Oh, okay, so
just over.
That might well have cut out Taylor's next bowl. I wonder whether if that bowl wasn't there, whether she might have looked to change hands as well. But they just draw so accurately.
Going to back herself to pick the gap, I think.
Yeah.
Technically, it's possible.
So Taylor just trying to understand how much space she's got there.
She's within her rights to ask to go and have a look at this. It's an exceptional, I would argue it's an exceptional circumstance. You're playing for your country.
Absolutely.
I'm going to
Really?
trust.
She doesn't need to change much. Just stick with that speed. But let's see. Such a nice action. Again, she's out on a good line. I feel she's a little bit wide.
Even if she hits her own, it might knock it in. Not quite.
Well, that's ended up in a pretty good home because it forces Dawn Hamer to play with precise weight because she knows she's got the back bowl now. So Dawn probably won't attack that bowl with a lot of weight. I suspect she'll be just drawing up there, John, and if any touch on the jack, and she'd end up with 3.
Look at this.
It's a helping hand from next door.
Yeah, that's part of that team stuff, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You're playing a singles game, a lonely game, but we've got your back. We're watching, we're supporting.
Yep. Again, this time playing with a little bit of weight.
A bit of weight. She's looking to move that shot of Taylor's out.
Well,
but so I think if Taylor hadn't put that bowl in there, she might have played with a little bit more weight, but it sort of forced her to play that in between speed, which is much tougher on the surface.
You can't afford, or Dawn couldn't afford for the jack to move much past 2 bowls.
Particularly with Taylor having another bowl, and would have given her potentially a free hit for a second shot. Of course, she can draw another shot here, and while it's tight, Taylor's well and truly capable of drawing another one here. Let's see what she can do.
Last time she went just slightly wide.
Close.
Yep, very close here.
Get down.
Hit that.
Oh, no, not to be. So it's all square as we go into the last end of the second set. The equation is a simple one. If Dawn can score, Australia will win. If Taylor scores, we go to a tiebreak.
And we want a tiebreak, don't we?
We do.
Sunday morning, you're sitting around watching a bit of bowls, looking at the clock and saying, I really did want to mow the lawns, but this is exciting stuff. So,
well, they now appear to be measuring after I've just stated that New Zealand scored one, so we'll just pause. That was the bowl that I thought was the shot, so obviously they're measuring for 2.
Yeah, so just that camera angle a little tricky, so turning that bowl on the wing in, that may have brought it 2. I think it is 2. Yep, I think Steve Sargent's going to show us 2 shots. So well done, Taylor. That was just enough of that edge to get 2.
I'll disregard what I previously said. No, it still works, isn't it? Because a drawn end is all that Dawn needs. Score one
Yep,
shot,
yep.
she'll win for Australia.
Yep, exactly right, Alex. Taylor still has to score here to stay in this, or to win the set and to stay in this game by forcing the tiebreaker. You see the three para disciplines down the end at this excellent indoor complex here at Nono Bowling Club, and Leanne Paulson in the foreground just delivering her bowl in the women's fours for New Zealand. Meanwhile, back at the singles.
Yep. A longish end.
Study of concentration, isn't she?
Yeah.
She really applies herself. And this is close. This is very close. She's going to hold. Yeah, that's a great opener. Yeah, maybe not as close as she'd like, but that's a good start.
Well, particularly when Heyman was playing this hand superbly. You notice a different line for the two bowls.
That's right.
Two bowlers.
Yep, Heyman taking a much wider line
Yeah.
here. And just going to pull up short.
Mud in the eye, though, isn't it? That's a bowl that will look like from Taylor's end that it's right in her draw line.
Yep, and I think she'll change here. Yep.
She hasn't played this hand in this direction.
Can be a bit tracky.
Oh, and we see Australia just scored a 4 in the women's fours, so now 9-8 after 8 ends, so well and truly back in that contest. And here's Taylor, close here. Very late turn on this hand, but it'll come now. Look at this.
Oh, beautiful bowl.
Wow.
Oh, gosh.
That's not a bad first bowl on that hand.
That's a good bowling door.
We saw yesterday and the day before, we saw players bowl for 14 ends on that hand and not get it that close.
And Dawn Heyman, of course, sort of having to play with a little bit of weight now because that first bowl of hers, it just slips past. Her first bowl was really in the way.
Yeah.
So she really had to play with weight there to just try and sit the bowls. So definitely advantage New Zealand here.
And the decision to be made. We haven't seen Heyman play aggressively, as you've said.
So Taylor's
wondering,
asking Steve Sargent to move back a little bit. So obviously,
let's move back to the 2 metre mark, so it gives me a guide.
And put your foot to your right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Put your hand on your head.
Got to be the place to go.
And that's exactly why she's done that, because she's playing to the 2 metre mark, and that's really sensible. She's got the set wrapped up. If the situation stays like that, she knows Dawn Heyman likes to attack, so that bowl covers the 2 metre mark if the jack goes outside of the ring. And Dawn Heyman again on her backhand, not driving, but looking to see if she can come down here and sit that bowl. Just going to slide past again.
That dives nicely there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does. Now, interestingly, by sitting Taylor's bowl at the back there, she's now got that 2 metre mark. So I expect Taylor will look to see if she can get to the 2. It's a little tricky because, you need to be... You want to make sure you're not going to be narrowing into the head, do you? So
which hand does she play?
I think she'll play that same hand that she's been playing her forehand, and just look to see if she can slide in there. But she might change. I mean, the backhand side has certainly got a much bigger turn. Yep, I think that's what she's decided to do. Decided that the adjustment is just too risky on the forehand. If she's too narrow, she could potentially come into the head, so she'll play backhand, try and come around that bowl of Dawn Heyman's and get to the back.
And then if she does get the 2 metre advantage, she's challenging Dawn Heyman to play the superb bowl.
Played it pretty well.
And just push.
Yeah, it's an outstanding bowl.
Beautiful shot.
It's absolutely outstanding. So closest to the 2 metre. Also,
Heyman has to play that superb ball, doesn't she? Just to dislodge the shot.
But let's
she's wandering back, just looking at the other games, and that switching off.
But let's not make any mistake about it. Dawn Heyman's one of the best singles players in the world. So,
yeah.
so I mean, this is well within her capability.
Yeah, well, as a New Zealander, I'm feeling a little bit stressed out right now.
So backhand, playing with a superb weight to cleanly sit on the shot, not move the jack and stay there.
Yep.
For the draw. Here it is. This could be the last match. Last bowl of this game.
She's close. She's very close here.
It starts to
She's
dive
very
here.
close here. She's got it.
She's done it.
Got it.
Yeah,
That's a beautiful shot.
Magnificent.
Absolute stunner.
Magnificent.
Gets some applause from her opponent. They shake hands, and it needed a great shot, and Dawn Heyman produced it. And it is a win to Australia's Dawn Heyman over Taylor Bruce of New Zealand. The first of our televised matches today, the women's singles advantage Australia. More to come.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. I know times
someone you care about is going through a tough time, it can be hard to know what to do. Here's 10 ways you can help someone who is struggling. Listen.
me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are
Ka tuku mihi mātou, Bowls New Zealand, Aotearoa, kia koutou, katoa, kua tai, mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the 2025 Trans-Tasman. It's day 3, game 2. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary by John Macbeth. And John, not an ideal start to the morning, but there is still hope, isn't there?
From a New Zealand point of view, certainly, Alex, yeah. And it's in discussions in between games. We've looked at how the point situation has developed, and after the first day it was pretty much even. It was only the development men who had any sort of differential. That was Australia well on top on that. After day 2 it was still even, and yet after day 3, the opening session, has been the case previously, Australia just seemed to tighten things up and just seemed to win those crucial ends, win those crucial matches. So we see now that the open women, rather than it being Australia down by 7-5, then they're up 7-all. The Jackaroos men up by 9-5. Development, both teams in favour of Australia, as is the Paras. So the Paras started at 6-all, and Australia have now got in front there. So it's been a very, very valuable first session of the third day for the Australian team. So now we're going to watch this match between the New Zealand and Australian triples. The New Zealand lead is Tony Grantham here, who recently, I think, earned his 200th cap for the Blackjacks. A very steady lead bowler, well known by the Australians from playing over in Australia and also for New Zealand over the years. The lead is this outstanding Aussie, Corey Wedlock, he's had people just gasping at some of his bowls over the weekend. He's just thrilled the crowds. A lot of people come along here to watch live people that they've seen, players that they've seen on television, and Wedlock's one of those who hasn't failed to impress.
All right, he's an unbelievably good lead, Wedlock. This is one of his looser ends, I would say. Saw an exhibition in the fours match that we broadcast the day before yesterday. Must have been the first day of play here at the Nine Bowling Club. Just a fantastic bowling.
So this is a more traditional format. We've tended to watch set games throughout the first 2 days. Now this is 18 ends, so into that traditional format. Pressure of a different kind. The number 2 for New Zealand is Finbar McGuigan, one of the newer members of the elite team.
Made his debut partway through this event last year, and has really solidified his position in that senior team in the intervening season, with featuring a number of major tournaments.
His progress was matched by his good mate Seamus Curtin, who these days is in Australia playing, so becoming well known to Australian bowls supporters. And bowling at 2 for Australia, Carl Healy. Just another of those vastly experienced Australian internationals.
Is he looking to hit this, is he? Indication of aggression early. Well, he's cleared a lot of bowls
he
off
has,
the head.
Yeah. And he's got his own one, has travelled down towards the ditch. Still leaving Australia with 1. No, the white one's Australia's 2, aren't they? That's 2.
Australia holding 2 there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now we get to the skips. 2 relatively inexperienced internationals. I mean, Lee Schreiner here's got a remarkable record, but hasn't featured much in the Australian colours, and his opponent is Keanu Darby, who's making his first appearance over this weekend in the Trans-Tasman.
Lee started off this event playing at 2 on the triples and skipping the 4s, but is ending at skipping the triple. Obviously that's a switch that was felt to be conducive to the triples efforts. It's a wide line. We know the hand does turn. It's not quite that much.
Two options, I believe. Try and do a jump out there, and you go to spot.
The other match to the right of your screen there will be the pairs, the men's pairs we can see there. So you'll see their scoreboard. They've had, well, both these combinations for Australia and New Zealand, they've had some remarkably close matches with tiebreakers involved. A little bit of chalk going on that from Lee Schreiner. So some pressure here on Darby. He certainly brought his line in. It's a matter of whether his weight's okay.
Oh, it was a good effort, but it's not to be. And Australia are going to pick up
2 anyway.
at least a 2.
Yeah. That might have just done enough the way it fell to prevent a 3.
4.
Four.
I didn't
Wow.
want to say it.
Great start here for Australia on the first end of this men's triples match. They were already holding 4 or 5 before that drive went in from McGuigan. So it didn't change things, and it really put the pressure on the skip to draw a shot, with Schreiner adding to the count with both of his. And it is 4-0 to Australia after one end.
Oh, the jack didn't quite make it. So I wonder if Tony just goes long now. Yeah, I like this call. Playing a totally different length to the length that Australia was opting for. Oh, what clean shoes.
Well, you've set the length, now you've got to get your first bowl in or around it. And we'll see how much it upsets Wedlock. No, he couldn't care. What's the length? Okay, I'll just put one there. So, not the length we wanted, but I'm up for this.
He's such a steady, it's unbelievably steady lead. Steering it down.
Must be somewhere in the zone for him to be watching it for that long. Oh, just must have zipped underneath it, underneath the shot. Weight's okay. Hardly time to blink before Corey's into his action.
Not sure. We know this hand turns a lot. Always looked slightly on the narrow side. Perfect weight from Tony Grantham.
Set the second shot nicely. man who's aware of what's happened with the previous bowls. He saw them just zipping underneath, going across the centre line a bit early, so he adds a bit of green to it.
Yeah, giving it that space to breathe.
Weight looks good.
Handy here. Oh, good bowl. Beautifully executed. It's a slightly different feel when it's a 18-end game, isn't it, compared to the set system. So you drop a 4 on a 7-end set and you're almost immediately trying to get it back, whereas an 18-end game, New Zealand's dropped a 4 on the first end, but they can afford to claw it back in dribs and drabs. They don't have to be in front after 7.
Inside edge, not quite. That would have worked for him. And it'll work for McGuigan too if he plays that hand, which is likely to.
Carl Healy looking a bit bamboozled there, shaking his head. I want this to count for 2.
Or 3.
3, sorry. 4
Yeah,
even,
or
actually.
4, yeah.
Excuse me. Must be that lamington I had for lunch.
It was a big one.
It was, and fresh cream. So it may actually be 3 or 4 here to the New Zealand team. We'll just look to see what Sue... Okay, well, I was trying to get excited. 2.5, says Sue Way in the background. So the Tony's bowl that sits at 10 o'clock, Finn Bars that sits at 2 o'clock, and then probably a measure for third between the bowl at 1 and the bowl that's set at 8. This is where Lee's so dangerous. Give him any space to draw. We saw it in the 4s.
Even contact there will be enough, not quite.
Yeah, lovely way.
So big opportunity now here for Derby to not only draw another shot, but make it more difficult for his opponent.
He's probably thinking it's fine if he rolls either Tony's bowl or Finbar's bowl up into the head. You're okay to miss slightly wide. So there's 2 bowls that sit at 10 to the jack. Such a grooved action.
Good to there.
Yeah, that's perfect weight.
For
Handy bowl. If he had missed a 2 bowl, well, if he had been 2 bowls wider, it was perfect.
yeah,
Nothing fancy here for Lee.
just a slight change of green. Hunting that gap. Has it done enough to get an inside little edge here and flick up for the shot? Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. No need to apologise, it was always on the cards.
Just try and chip the shot pole out. Here we go. Can't be far away, John.
You might get
Anything.
the same edge.
Oh, you're joking.
So a single there to Australia. They move to a 5-0 advantage after 2 ends of this men's triples match.
Mighty effort from Keanu Darby finding a gap that didn't exist. And Lee played a good bowl. You know, he got a good result, but he was in the area with good weight.
Yep. Yeah, there's no doubt New Zealand would have accepted that if they'd had that same result. Off that bowl, he could have got an inside edge of the black Tony Grantham bowl.
So he's on the tight side, but he has got good weight. He gets this perfect little wick in for one. And then somehow, even the smallest feather off that short bowl would have been enough. Very controlled reaction from Keanu Darby there.
Externally.
Can't say I would have been that calm. See, look, it's a short end. So I think we've been hypothesising quite a lot about. Oh, it doesn't look happy with that one. The short end plan from the Australian team. But the only two teams I've seen deliver short ends like this are when Corey Wedlock has been off the front in the fours, and now the men's triples. Matt has gone on the 2 metre mark, and he's consistently delivered jacks that have just trickled over that front tee. So it feels like this particular type of short end is unique to this group of 4 players, I think. Andy leading from both. That was an exceptional bowl from Carl Healy. Just nutted it. What is Peter? He taught us a word.
Snot.
Snotted. Snorted.
Snorted.
He snorted it. Not sure if that one's going to catch on.
No, I don't think so.
I did try, you might remember, John, for a whole season to get yeet into the bowls lexicon, but have failed.
Unsurprisingly.
I tried my best.
Yeah. Again, this head building up nicely for Australia.
Beautiful delivery, that one. Oh, this is going to be close.
So holding a couple. Is this going to get there? It's not cutting things down at all, and so Australia with a 4 on the first and a single on the second, and a strong position here on this third end. In the background, Ali Forsyth has his hands on his hips, shaking his head as another fine Australian bowl goes in there in the pairs match. Well, for a change, Lee Schreiner is a bit awry with his ball. He said he can only be happy with his performance, and he's justified his selection without doubt.
Oh, surely. Yep.
Yeah. And he's had such a stellar last couple of seasons, winning so much and constantly threatening to be in that, to force the selectors to pick him, really. His form has been absolutely perfect. And he's done so well here.
Oh, he's just a class act. In the area.
Yeah, certainly not draw weight here.
He could use it. Used too much of it, and underneath he gave himself every chance for a good result there, Keanu Darby. Unlucky not to get a better result. And now the shoulder's gone, so the shots actually become harder to play. That's why we're seeing Lee just cover that bowl, the split bowl of Finbar McGuigan. I'll be quite happy to hold on to the shots here. And hard to see anything other than a dead draw on the forehand here for Keanu. Those two short bowls are shorter than they look. You could get very unlucky.
Unless he plays aggressively onto the black bowl, it's short there, and that would go on to the shot bowl and bring the jack out to the left. So it's early enough in the game to be playing with some aggression like that.
Absolutely an option.
Yeah. Well, first end's early enough, isn't it? If the shot warrants it.
Just needs to clear the front bowl. Okay, get it square then.
Yeah.
Oh, not to be. Two lovely efforts there from Keanu.
Might have cut it down too, that bowl of Darby's finishing there.
One indicated by our marker.
I think he's probably cut one out there with that last bowl. So another single there for Australia. They lead by 6-3. 6-0, I'm sorry.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, after 3 ends.
Can't begrudge you. Can't begrudge you that. It is 18 ends, but it's also a 2.25 hour time limit, just to keep these games in line with the set system that we're seeing. And also, this is interesting. This is 2 jacks now that Corey Wedlock hasn't successfully delivered. We watched him play 15 ends of 4s 2 days ago, and every single jack that he delivered was perfect. So perhaps just feeling slightly out of sorts in comparison to his usual level.
And when the umpire puts the measure out and says not up, often you hear the Aussies say, by how much? You know, about 0.3 of a centimetre.
Yeah, an inch.
Yeah, I knew. Oh gosh, Corey, that's bad. They don't miss by much. So we see the jack back towards the 2 metre mark again, and it's quite intriguing watching the line these players take. So you see that one from Wedlock should just cut across slightly, but not by much. And now we'll see what Grantham sort of green he takes with his bowls. So that's quite a bit wider. It's just the weight now, but that's handy there. In this situation, you'd like that to be right on the 2 metre mark. It was metre over, so get me on the 2 metre mark, and that then becomes a very useful bowl. But it might still anyway, being close to the ditch. Yeah, well, so there you go. It's he'll be blaming himself a bit. I didn't put the jack where I should have, and now we're in danger of, dropping a shot here. But of course, Grantham's got to get one close.
Oh, it's proof that he knows how to miss, so that's pleasing for Kiwi viewers who endured 15 ends of perfect leading from Corey Wedlock on day 1. Oh dear, beautiful line twice from Tony, but just not quite the weight with the second bowl.
It's probably a good idea to cut the camera away from Tony Grantham at that stage.
Potentially, yeah.
Oh, well, look at this.
It's just in the length of the jack is in quite a different place to what I would suspect these players have played for the last 2.5 days, and you can see they just struggling to find the weight. Because you think to yourself, oh, it's a longer end, but I don't want to overplay it, go racing past, so I'll give it less weight than what I think I need. And then you end up in the bunch of bowls like that.
Doubt creeps into your mind. And Finbar McGuigan knew that he had played the ideal weight. And to see it finish where it did puts that doubt in your mind.
This would be a correction here. Oh, well played.
Well, they're probably holding 3 shots on that.
Yeah. You'd be fully expecting that. We'll see second shot here. Well corrected.
Yeah.
That's a lovely bowl. Or even the shot, eh? What a bowl.
Sigh of relief. Sighs of relief.
And that one bowl at the back from Tony Granthams is really helpful now because it'll disincentivise Lee Schreiner from playing with any sort of aggression here. I would expect we'll see Lee just draw on the backhand side, but just to the right of your screen. So there's no real benefit in attacking this for Lee. And Finbar's bowls essentially touching the shot bowl, so I would also be shocked if you could get the shot bowl out clean.
All our Australian viewers are saying, right, you just watch.
One can but hope, John.
Yeah, yeah. Two metre, there we are. Just tuck that jack out of sight would be nice. First of all, you've got to get past that group of 5 bowls. You might think, if you've just tuned in, that the jack has moved back a couple of metres, but it hasn't.
This is in the area here. Oh, a bit unlucky there from Keanu. Well played. See, Lee and Ben Twist have very similar grips on the bowl, don't they? The hand around, sort of cupping the bowl. Get it away very smoothly on the running surface. Not a delivery that you would coach, but who can argue with the results?
A feather again. Oh, you would have taken it without doubt. Part of the game. New Zealand look to be getting on the board here. It's been a tough first 3 ends, dropping a 4 on the first and then successive singles. What I'd love to do is just punch that white through and end up with 3.
Something like this, John?
Yeah.
No, but nearly.
Nearly, yeah.
You
So
can
a
see
single.
the abject frustration in Keanu's face when he saw that bowl just held a smidgen. And it's 1 to New Zealand, so on the board. And they'll trail 1-6 after 4. Beautiful day here at the Nine Eye Bowling Club.
So indoors we've got men's and women's triples and pairs, and the men's and women's para pairs as well.
It's been a great idea to have the tournament really quite mixed in regard to both playing format and where they're playing the bowls, we've seen that singles and pairs is 2 sets of 7 ends with a 3 end tie break. Triples and fours, 18 and 15 ends respectively, and the play has taken place both inside here on the 16-second. Beautiful bowl. Beautiful bowl. 40 metre by 40 metre undercover green, and also the outside sort of the 36.5, 37 metre greens on Maniatoto waterweed. So absolutely a mixture of all of the worlds of bowling that you could possibly think of.
And the, as you'd expect, the outdoor green has changed in character a bit over the 3 days, and also yesterday, for example, there was quite a change between the start of the day and the end of the day on the outdoor greens. Indoors not so much, but they all change a little bit. So the bowlers are tested.
Get by it now, it'd be brilliant. Oh, touch it.
Oh, what a bowl.
Hey mate, get to that last bowl's really good.
Exceptional leading. He's back. He had one end off, missed 2 bowls, and he's back in form. Finbar be looking to...
Oh, look at that. Well, that hasn't come in at all.
It's coming back. Not far away. We're away, mate. The tee's there. That's perfect.
Looking a bit bemused there. Finbar McGuigan playing at 2 for this New Zealand triple. We'll have a look at how their previous results have gone, but they have been very tight. There's been a lot of tension
Give yourself a chance, mate.
with bowls just missing and players getting frustrated.
Been agonising, some agonising games for the New Zealand Open men's team. If we talk about the triples, which is this team here, New Zealand on the first day recorded a 21-12 win in the first game, and then yesterday they lost their triples 14 shots to 16. So this is the third go, so a 21-12 win, a 14-16 loss, so that's what, 35 something. We're up on shot stiff if you did the triples. But you look through the results, lots of 1 or 2 shot losses. The tie break has gone against New Zealand on a few occasions. The Australians have just had that ability to play those magic bowls when required, it seems.
They close out games well. This here, Alex, we've talked, probably bored people with the fact that we're talking about length of jack and so on. This one here is pretty much maximum. It's been taken down to the 2 metre mark by Corey with moving the jack. But look how scattered that is. And we go back to what was chatted about on day one, why the Australians were using short ends a lot, because they were able over a shorter distance,
easier to
bowls,
find.
Grouping the some of those ends we saw on the short ends were just so compact. So here we've seen on the face of Finbar McGuigan, for example, a bowl that got to about here and then stayed out and ended up as it is about a metre and a bit away to the right. McGuigan, Darby's played a fine bowl here. And
Good
then on
shot.
his next one, McGuigan's cut underneath and ended up way out to the left as we saw it there. So that's the long end.
4 inches, 4.5.
So New
Lay it
Zealand,
down, it could touch the jack for 1 down. You can draw down there, mate. Try and draw past that.
just to explain what we heard there, Carl Healy indicated that if Lee played his backhand and set the shot bowl down that sits at 12, the jack could move back to Keanu's bowl and they could drop the shot. So Australia opting just to cover on the forehand, and that's a very nice bowl from Lee Schreiner there.
maybe Darby will play the shot that Schreiner was considering initially. Coming down on the right as we look at it, and his backhand side. So he played his first one around there. That's ended up in a top position. So not much correction needed. In fact, you could play the same bowl again and you might just get movement of the jack.
He needs to clear the front bowl.
He's not going to do that.
Everything else was perfect.
Yeah.
So hard not to get frustrated when you're in these situations, as you feel like you're playing okay bowls. Nothing's working. Your team's had a poor morning. You just want to get some shots on the board, and it's not happening for him. What are you looking at, John?
I'm looking at... Oh, he's looking at something different to me. I'm looking at forehand onto that last bowl that Darby played. And you get the inside edge of that, flick it onto... Yep, that bowl there that's at about 9 o'clock.
You could play it on the backhand if you want. At least got a great drive on him.
Yeah.
You just have to... If you pick that gate... The backhand's safer because Tony's bowl at 12 o'clock protects you from removing your shot bowl.
Yeah.
You play a drive on the backhand underneath, you can get rid of both of Keanu's bowls. Or you could just be boring and draw for 2.
And even boring and drawing for 2 could produce 3, you know.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
Totally, there's a shot on there on
Yeah.
on the forehand side, the left of your screen. Draw to the 2 metre mark for 2 shots. I suppose it's only worth a couple extra if you to get rid of both of Keanu's.
Yep, so it looks like that's where he's heading. So forehand, looking to make contact with that left-hand bowl of Keanu Darby's. Just a bit wide there, and they're already clearing the bowls away. And it is a shot to Australia. They continue their progress here at 7 points to 1. 7 shots to 1 after 5 ends.
I heard Joe Edwards' voice in my head there when he said points.
Yeah. It's funny when you find when you write things down, it feels like a point, doesn't it? You know, look, beautiful weather here in the Hutt Valley. Not quite as warm as just up the Kapiti coast, but pleasant enough. And we see another measure by an umpire to see whether the jack has gone the required distance or not. Very quickly into his work. I love the way that Wedlock plays. We've seen so much of him on the Australian television coverage that there's no messing around. It as tends to be the Australian way. We think about, you know, Aaron Wilson, who's here, and Aaron Sheriff, who, you know, over the years has been here. Those players just so quick on the mat.
Extremely metronomic.
Yeah.
His delivery.
First up there from Grantham. So 2 targets here for Wedlock, you know, for young leads looking at how to play, new leads not necessarily trying to draw the shot onto the jack. You see that shot bowl, you can sit on that as well, so it gives you 2 targets, and these guys at this level are just so expert at that. Oh, no messing around. In goes the 2, looking for the gap.
Oh, where was the...
Schreiner's doubled up.
No.
Can't believe that
gap?
missed. Look at him down there, big grin on his face. It says, that was there for all money.
I actually don't think there. Well, there has to have been a gap there. Where?
Well, from the mat, he would have thought there was no gap.
Yeah,
That's what it looks like, and he went straight through it.
If he played with size 5s,
Yeah, that's right.
would have been fine.
He would have got both the jack and the bowl. Nice lap. That's a really good bowl, isn't it? The gap is still there. Can you get it this time, Carl?
Outside edge of the bowl.
Other gap.
Come on. He went quicker that time. You have to laugh.
Yeah. So with that intent, do we see Finbar go 2 metre? He's looking keenly at this. He's gone really wide here, and it might not come in from out there. Look at it hang way out there. Oh, gee. He was a bit worried that it might not come into the rink.
So what does Lee play here? It'll be interesting to see, won't it? New Zealand holding 2.
2, yeah. Well, he might just challenge Derby to draw another. There you go.
In the guts.
Yeah, that's how it's done,
Oh,
Carl.
lovely bowl.
And he's got a toucher in the ditch, which will be the shot.
And because it's an international width rink, that didn't kill. Yeah, it's
Oh, is it
essentially
still
on
in
the
there? Oh, it is too.
on the
yeah.
rink mark to
Yeah,
our far
yeah.
left. It didn't
Wow.
kill because the rinks are wider, but just an interesting observation there. Lee got the jack quite square and it ran away from the bowl more than you might expect. It's because it's a heavier jack than what we would see in the outdoor game, as it's on a carpet green, so they tend to spring away from the bowl more than you might think.
So all those hours spent drawing to the ditch and
Oh, they practice this so
yeah,
much.
drawing to a jack that's moved comes to fruition here.
This is close here. Just needs to come back alive. Beautiful bowl from Keanu Darby. Outstanding shot. And it'll be New Zealand holding 1.
Now what does Lee do?
One of 2 things.
Yep.
If you try and drive it off and you miss, you're going to drop a 2 because Keanu will repeat that.
You know, from an ego point of view, you'd say, I'm going to beat that.
Yeah, and he'll
I
be
can
trying.
beat that. Or I can just set it out. Oh, look, they're starting to get excited. Not quite. So 1 shot there to New Zealand.
And a bonus bowl to add, I think, John. Isn't there? Keanu's got another
Oh,
bowl to go,
yeah,
doesn't he?
yeah.
Hopefully you've not predicted the outcome of the end. Oh, do it again, Keanu. I've just noticed we've got a bag of nectarines in the commentary booth.
Last bowl of this, the 6th end. Just needing to beat that one of Schreiner's. Certainly going to do that unless he gets hooked up on it.
Oh, that's frustrating.
Yeah, really frustrating. As that was coming in nicely, the weight was good enough. It's a single to New Zealand at 7-2.
After such a good first bowl. Lovely end. Look at that. See how it's fascinating how the jack ran away from Lee's bowl. He got the jack pretty square. Unlucky, really, that the jack didn't go more directly back into the centre. differential is 5 now. And we are on the 7th end. Started at quarter to 12. Reasonable beginning from Tony.
He certainly lets you know what he thinks, Corey Wedlock.
It's not been, well, he's been exceptional, but I don't think he's been quite as, what's the word I'm looking for, surgical with his leading in this triples game. And I know we've spoken about the score, and it's impossible now for the New Zealand men to win, although they could draw. There's 4 more games to go, so if the New Zealand men win every game, you'll draw. But with a negative 25 net total of shots, they need 4 comfortable wins. But that doesn't mean the games are going to be any less intense. You're playing for your country. Every end will be contested until the last bowl is played here.
Yeah, pretty good. Not quite in the scoring area, but a handy bowl there from McGuigan, playing at 2 for New Zealand.
Joined now by Peter Thorne in the commentary booth, who's been doing some work with us over this Trans-Tasman series. Watch some bowls and then come in and report on the happenings. So what have you got to report for us, Peter? How's it looking?
Well, I think you said that it's a bit of a sad occasion just at the moment, but I'm pretty sure that they will be out there fighting and for their reputation, and there's other representations coming up for them, so they don't want to be lying down. So they definitely be giving it all to the end, and being a Kiwi, they're not going to lay down and let the boys clean sweep on this one. But just outside there, the green's still running immaculate. You can't fault the services here from the Nono Bowling Club greenkeeper. This tends to be happening at the moment in most of the games I've just watched. The Australians just seem to grind you down. You know, the 1 minute there from start on Friday, we were right in the hunt yesterday, and just yesterday afternoon, they just seem to get that little bit of in another gear, and hence that's why they are in front. And yes, it's going to be a mighty effort for the Kiwi team, not the boys as well, but the whole team to bounce back and keep themselves in line.
Plenty to play for, you know, it's pride and that desire not to succumb to this great pressure from Australia.
Close.
Not that hole again.
Oh, I mean, come on. Where's the gap?
Yeah. The trainer looks at him and says, well, we saw that twice with Healy coming the other way, except that Schreiner found the jack when he had to have a go at it. So Lee Schreiner, who had a birthday on the last day of the month, not a bad way to celebrate that milestone.
With that speed, he's probably getting the jack off that.
I think Keanu will have to try that again. Just looking for points at this particular stage. They're pretty well covered around the head, so maybe just a little less weight and try and sit the bowl more. Depends where he puts this one here, of course.
Yep, he's seeking a 2 metre there. That's just cut out a shot anyway. If Darby does hit the jack this time, kill it. What's he looking at?
I think he might just be looking at a metre over the head here, try and sit the white ball, or hopefully the jack jumps out in front of him. That's another option. There's a couple of options there, John. He's great. We've spoken before. He's got great control weight on his shots.
He's closer this time.
It's just got to work a little bit more. So he had more weight.
It's really, really hard not to get frustrated.
I think in particular too there, Alex, is when you are wanting to get back into the game and the heads has built up for you, that there was an opportunity of 2 or 3, then that would have put the acid on him here, but not to happen. And it gives him an opportunity, a bit more confidence to come in and try and draw another shot.
So Schreiner plays his first down to cover the 2 metre mark. The mat's already going down. As this one comes in for another shot, does it? Not quite, no. He's a bit shy on that. So they pull the jack away, put the mat down. The jack's probably already on its way up from Corey Wedlock. He doesn't mess around, and it's now 8-2.
Look at that. I mean,
when it's not happening, but there again, they.
Oh dear. What can you do? This ball actually looked like it was probably less of a chance, to be honest. He missed by half a bowl with the second one, but the first bowl to find that gap.
When I was watching from out there, Keanu was actually playing some good shots. I don't know how it was coming on the viewers, but he was pulling them out of a bit of trouble at times there, and this is another situation where the team would be thinking, just plonk that out, gives us another bit more encouragement. We could have been only 5-7 in the score for 3.
Sort of getting flashbacks to that first match we broadcast of this test series where Mark Noble and Kurt Smith were defeated by Jimmy Reynolds and Damien Delgado, and Mark played a lot of bowls that you give every chance in the world to do something, and a lot of them didn't.
Correct.
Yep.
And there's not much you can change if you're actually playing your bowls well. Sometimes it's just not in the bowls gods decide to frown upon you.
That's the old story, as we know. We've said it before. I don't know if you mentioned it before I've come in, but the jack throwing again just on that 2 metre the peg line there with the mat back. They seem to do that to perfection, don't they?
We did mention that it's the same lead who's done this particular sort of short jack. We've seen short length heads, but
Yes.
the mat on the 2 metre mark and the jack just trickling past the tee have both been Corey Wedlock in the 4s and now the triples.
And he'll get them drawing onto this, but if he just builds it up, they'll attack that.
Yep.
That's their style. They come up with a good game plan. Mr. Kernahan looks very relaxed there with his hand over his head there. He'll be having a lot to think about at the moment. See,
Just where he wanted it.
what I've noticed, with and being honest here, is just I think the Kiwis at the moment need to be maybe a little bit more relaxed and a little bit more talking to one another and cheering themselves up. I just see the Australians, the way they get into it, they support one another so well, you know, clapping, and even if it's a poor bowl, they get into it and you can hear them. They're doing all the talking. We're very quiet out there.
I think it's almost a New Zealand way, isn't
That's
it?
it, yeah.
Nature, yeah.
You know, I don't know if you noticed, even like Kelsey Kotra played a couple of great bowls in Dawn and that. It was erupting.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
We don't seem to be giving the old heave-ho and thanks. Tony's got two little honeys in there, so there's not too much there that they can play to, unless coming off that last white bowl.
So McGuigan looking to build on this.
Hey, there's another one, isn't it? Nice.
Yeah.
He'll look at that as a target to try and come off Finbar's last bowl. It's only the one, but play that, put him over to the I think you guys commented on that. He hasn't got control of the lead for the Australian boys. Hasn't got the control he had before. Was going plonk plonk. These
Not
were a little
quite,
bit,
eh?
This is just a bit loose for him, you know.
But still potentially those two bowls could come into
Well,
play
that's-
here
that's
because
exactly
their
what-
weight's so good.
That's what I'm trying to say. They're handy around for shot play skips.
Now we could see here that Jack move across to the left, and
That's
suddenly
great.
those two what we're calling loose bowls from wedlock are the shots. And
I'll stand by because we may be
Yeah.
about to see it.
either that or he just draws it dead. Oh, so there's another one in the mix. So the movement of the Jack out to the right is definitely on for Australia.
So New Zealand on the forehand then. Do we try and sneak underneath the Lee's bowl and pop the Jack back a
Yeah,
little?
it doesn't matter at the moment. With the way the score is at the moment, you don't get too many opportunities of grabbing a four here. So if Keanu can just slice the Jack over, and if he is a little bit wide, he's going to protect those three bowls on the wing.
Right, backhand. So this is dead draw stuff now, isn't it, I think?
Well, this is what happened last night with Sarah, and we know what that hand can do. It can actually turn quite quickly on you. Well, at least over here, you're going to, if you did play the other hand there, you're going to cover those three bowls.
He may be able to do it in the back door. Okay, it's a block. We'll call it a block.
Oh, that's given him another definite shot to play here, Alex.
I was trying to be positive, Peter.
I know you're positive, but when you're chasing points, you want to be into it a bit more.
Just what Lee sees from his end.
I'd be onto it.
And look what Lee's doing. He's watching the other game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and supporting. You know, that's it's a real team game. This it might be you playing a singles or a pairs or involved in a multiple discipline, but you're constantly watching what the rest of your teammates are doing. It's a great concept, the Trans-Tasman, as we mentioned. It began in 1979 and has witnessed so many of the outstanding world bowlers.
See those stars on that cap that we just saw of Corey Wedlock?
Yep.
That symbolises you get 1 star per 100 games that you play for your country. So when you are wondering why some of the Australians have stars on their caps, it's 1 star per 100 games. And Corey Wedlock on 203. It's not bad.
And I think when they get back to Australia, Aaron Tees will get another couple of stars on him, like a gold star. See, this is the way. You play onto that,
Yeah.
and you get a slice.
Square.
Well, off Keanu's bowl, mate.
Oh,
Gee.
That's what I mean.
Yep.
Anything could have happened then. And that's where I felt that Keanu should have been playing the other hand. But, hey,
may have done enough. He played it well. Good weight.
off it is Keanu's got to play across the head or how he sees
Yeah,
it
yeah.
to try and score.
Yeah, where's the number?
Yeah, it's
Well,
gives-
certainly getting rid of the white one for a start.
Good thinking, John. New Zealand.
He's going to go Finbar's bowl at just around 12 o'clock.
That'd be cool. Look at that. Oh,
They went to 660 last night.
did they?
Yes, they just got the inside running on that. They thoroughly enjoyed it. They said they had to wait 45 minutes for a burger at McDonald's because there was so many people lining up. I would have kept going.
I'll give it to the next person.
Yeah, think of the waistline. Well, there's another pressure bowl, not a pressure bowl, but another shot that he has to perform to grab a few more. Yeah. He's close. Kitty.
Oh,
And
and
he
running.
goes back, and he's got
Well,
two back
that's-
there, and he's got maybe three back there.
Because the rink is extended, as we've spoken to
Yeah.
before.
It's good for New Zealand if it stays in that corner.
Must be 3-4.
We the 660 attendees, of course, Peter, were the partners of.
Correct. I just got excited then about Finbar and Keanu's.
Yeah, so Brooke and I'm not sure what Finbar's partner's name is, but
Chelsea.
Chelsea. There you go. So
One,
Brooke
two,
and Chelsea
three.
watching the bowls, and what a shot that was from Keanu. They'll be clapping. 4.
And that's what I say. That's what a skip's got to do when the opportunity's there to get a pump a few. And I think you'd have seen Tony Grantham there have a bit of involvement in that particular discussion.
4 and a measure.
It also plays in, we've spoken about how Derby has been playing good bowls that have been
No results.
missing. What you say to yourself when you're in that position is there's nothing that I actually need to change.
No,
I need to keep giving myself the chance. He gave himself the chance, got the result.
Well, you start thinking to yourself, my luck's got to change, And they haven't been metre wide. They haven't been half a metre. These have just been a bowl or just shaving a bowl.
This is ridiculous.
Isn't it?
Does the string measure long enough? Oh, dearie me.
And the reason they're measuring is because of a fantastic bowl by Keanu Darby when he's been under all sorts of pressure. He's had to play but hasn't quite managed to get some difficult shots. And already we've seen 4 bowls go out. Here we go.
Yeah. And
This was Schreiner with his.
And he would have been a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, he was unlucky not to drag the jack across to them and give them 3.
But that's been the same thing that's been happening a bit to Keanu. So
Yeah,
is the
Here we
tide
go.
turning, we say? And that was right onto it. Bang.
Had to avoid McGuigan's short bowl.
So he actually added 2 bonus bowls with
Yeah.
Tony's bowl and Keanu's bowl both following through.
They had all the backwood.
Yeah. Great stuff for the New Zealand.
Oh, if it's a
Triple.
5. If it's a 5, that's just changed the whole concept of the game, of course.
They're doing well with these string measures.
Oh, it must be pretty close, I'd say.
That's just a tape, is it?
No, it can't possibly be it.
It's a bit crooked, but
Yeah, so that's
we're not biased.
See, this is where the laser
That's
measure.
5.
5, yeah.
Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, that was they're the same colour as... We
That's
got
Darby's, isn't it?
excited. We
Oh,
got
Four.
excited.
4.
Yeah,
4's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, an interesting way to get 4 shots. And it came from discussion. It came from superb execution of a difficult shot, which Darby managed.
And the last 3 ends, he's had to play pressure bowls. I don't think he's been able to draw one since I've been in the chair. It's been attacking shots, and when he has attacked, it hasn't been missing by much. So that gives him great well, it's going to boost the whole team around now with that there. I'm pretty sure Tony will be stretching this out a bit. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's a good one.
It's great to have viewers tuning in from Australia too. Now it's a more reasonable time. I know our first game in the morning would be something like, 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning for the Australians, so don't begrudge you not tuning in for that. But thank you for tuning in to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of this Trans-Tasman series. It's been a pleasure to broadcast it live both on Sky Sport New Zealand and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, where an international audience can watch the bowls.
Well, if the Australian viewers didn't get up for this morning's match, they missed a cracker. Dawn Heyman against Taylor Bruce was one heck of a match, with Heyman winning the first set 5-4, and then it was level in the second. They drew the second 4-all, wasn't it? And she had to play a great bowl to prevent Bruce from winning that second set. So if you get a chance, have a look back at that. It really was superb. Dawn Heyman came away very relieved, but also she was so chuffed at the way she'd played. She said, I had to play an outstanding shot.
I don't think Taylor could have done any more. She didn't even
No.
have a bowl in hand to try and rectify any problem. And as you say, Dawn got half of the bowl, it just rolled that half out, and her bowl just rolled that bit forward, so it was a superb bowl.
One of those games you watch and both players played really well. Taylor obviously disappointed to lose, but happy with her bowls. And what can you do when your opposition plays really well?
Well, that was exactly what Taylor said. She says, well, what else more could I have done?
Yeah.
Not much.
She made Dawn play the more difficult shot because she'd put a bowl on the 2 metre mark, when with the way Dawn plays, she could have ripped that out quite easily. She would have been more confident playing that shot.
He's a good bowl for Finbar.
And she had to play this superbly weighted shot to dislodge a shot that was attached to the jack.
Yes.
So great victory there for Australia, and that's a women's singles match.
Oh, we can't be far away.
What I like about Tony's bowl here is that you have to play around it, and you're knowing in your own mind if you're not, you're going to be tight. So it's giving you a good guide. And I think if Finbar, if he is a bit tight, he just needs 2 rolls onto the Tony's bowl, and you're going to score. Even if you sit the shot bowl over here. He's a good drawing bowl here.
Yep.
You're not going to be far away, I don't think, Finbar.
Well, the other option was he sits on that.
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
And that's what's good about playing to a bowl as another kitty. You just look at that as another jack.
He's been asked to hit this, I think.
You get it. Till the end, you got to bowl a foot in front on the tee.
See the way they think?
Confidence.
Oh, it is.
He's already found holes.
Oh, good try.
Trouble is now, if he does have a wee little heave-ho and he's a little bit wide, he could take clippers both out then. Keanu's got to make it hurt now and just draw another one.
So is Keanu thinking that Lee will probably try and play that shot again? Is that what our
It depends.
our vibe is?
It depends what Keanu does. Yeah, I know it's covering my thoughts. Is I would be trying to dead draw and put another one on head the way they play, because it could go out clean. But secondly, the angle he's got to hit it on, it could possibly take his second shot out, the Australian bowl out on the way through. So
I think if we see the head, the 2 metre is covered by one of Healy's bowls.
well, you're not. Why I'm saying that, it's going to be pretty hard to
Yep.
beat that 2 metre mark.
Yep.
See, so what you want to do is put another one handy. Hopefully he does have the drive. He could clip his own out, and you've got 3 shots.
Now let's see how psychic you are, Peter.
Oh, and even
Well,
flick
just-
the jack across to there.
Well, I'll give you second thoughts about because if he hits that on the angle he has to hit, he could pluck his own.
He absolutely needs the jack to go, doesn't he?
So what are you going to do? Play controlled weight? Like 2 metres to the head?
No, he's hitting this. He can't be far away. Look at this. Got the jack. That's absolutely outstanding.
Touch in the ditch.
That, wow.
3 shots. I
This
think.
guy is on. Have we seen him play any average bowls? You deserve a smile there, Lee. Well done again. Another great shot.
Probably once in 1997, Johnny. Might have missed a bowl.
You could see he was on target. His eyes lit up like a possum, wasn't
yeah,
they? The
yeah.
eyes were focused right on that.
Prowling in the background there.
It's good from Australia because they would have been a bit deflated having dropped the 4 on the previous end, so you're looking to bounce back straight away.
But how good is their confidence? They only 1 bowl on the head.
Backed himself.
Backed
Yeah.
himself, it's
100%.
great. And Keanu had to put another one there.
And he put it just out aside, to the side, so it was not making the target any fatter. So here we are looking for the 2 metre mark now. It's sailing pretty well.
Oh, good, mate.
Has he got around for it? See, Wedlock's got his finger up.
So the jack is just over.
Oh, of course, yeah.
There it
I
is.
was looking for the block. There it
It's
is.
because we've got these international width
Yeah.
rinks. Very hard to kill a jack on an international width rink.
Yep.
Australian viewers, we usually have we've got quite small greens in New Zealand, and we managed to fit 8 rinks into them.
Go.
Oh, praying this
Well
one.
done, mate. Right.
Well, he's not wasted any weight there, but I think it's probably 2 to Australia.
You think so?
Well, they said well done, so we'll just wait and see.
Oh, I've lost a little bit of the.
So the jack's way over to the
Oh, that
left
far.
there. Yeah. So that one. Yeah.
2 great bowls by the
Two
step.
by about 18 inches.
They're going to have a wee powwow now.
Incidentally, can you believe, John, that yesterday on the 1st of February was the anniversary of the underarm bowling incident, and I forgot to mention it.
It's unlike you.
So it's a day late, but we'll just have a moment of silence for... I'll stop there. Anyway, Australians very good at this type of underarm bowling, aren't
Did
they?
you see that, Mitch?
I didn't know. No, I wasn't
was
around in
bored.
1981.
I think he wasn't bored.
But like any good New Zealander, it's certainly something that is brought up Around this time every year since 1981, we usually try and talk about it.
I don't want to be part of this.
Some of the great quotes from our Prime Minister at the time, Robert Muldoon.
About yellow.
So, yes, I won't mention it, and so you go searching for that. Muldoon quote, 1981 underarm incident. Yes, a bowl that's going to whistle past. You saw the...
Why would they have gone to 2 metres?
I was going to say, you saw that communication between the three of the players, chatting about what they were going to do, and there we see this long end.
You don't really see that very often unless they're struggling.
There will be a logic.
Tactic, there will be some time.
And I think it would be fair to say, as Tony Grantham puts one in,
Oh, mate, that hurts.
New Zealand hasn't handled the long ends any better than Australia. So, but here we see the first one being a touch-up.
And we all say that that bowl there, May, of Corey Whitlocks is pretty well to the ditch, but mate, the way they play, his bowl, it could score any time. See, they're reaching, giving the bowl a chance. Look, there's two good back bowls, and that's going to be hard if the jack goes in the ditch to try and beat that.
And what are the odds on the white bowl in the hands of Healy being used to smack that bowl?
The only
Because he drives so well, doesn't he?
Oh yes, the only thing you'd want to hope is Tony's bowl goes in the ditch with it.
Yeah.
Because it's a toucher. And Tony's played two superb bowls here.
Yeah. They don't draw.
You don't want to
Set it up, plan for later.
Well, it's the old story. You call for a long end, so you don't want to be dropping big shots.
It's interesting. This is now our eighth game that we've broadcast, and as you would expect, but quite impressively, I don't recall one bowl that has gone into the ditch on the draw.
Well,
That's how good these players are. You know, they're so good. Corey did it perfectly there. You miss heavy, but you stay in a catching position.
Even when they're drawing to the ditch. It hasn't gone in the ditch.
It's quite incredible.
But and that's what I was trying to say before. They just seem so relaxed as a team. It was an intention to play over the head, but a bit further than that, what they wanted. But it's in scoring shots for them, you know. And every bowl is handy. We call the viewers might think it's 2 metres over, but we know the game's how they're going to play.
It's going to hit it.
Yeah, they won't let it muck around.
Yep, and they've got
those
2 bowls on the
Oh no, they're gone. He's got rid of all his bowls.
That's what you didn't want.
Oh, that's not ideal for Australia.
Oh,
That's not ideal.
man, I still reckon if he's got one, he might go again.
Oh yeah, it's a toucher, so
Yeah.
isn't it? Yep.
He's shaking his head. He's
Yeah. Frustrated because he's missed with 3 drives and
It's the one way he didn't want to miss that.
and Finbar would have been thinking, I don't want to leave a shoulder or anything, so just somewhere handy around.
You take your medicine if you're Lee and just draw a second shot.
Mate, the way he drove on that last head, what sort of medicines he take? No?
Couldn't possibly comment.
And as I said in the last ones, he's the world champ singles bowler, so you can play all the shots and that. They got a 3 here, so he may want to do it to reduce. And if it goes a bit their way, does that look like the tee, the white bowl, or is Tony's bowl the tee?
I'd say Tony's holding one on the tee.
Okay. He respects Keanu. What he could possibly do is draw 2 and they go down to 5. Big number.
yeah, he might be just of that opinion of second shot's a good shot, eh?
Yeah, just cut the head down, but that mate, what a top bowl here. Oh,
Good first one.
so he's going to have to draw again. So oh, that's nice here.
Oh, great sportsmanship.
Yeah, he didn't mean that. People will be saying some people do it deliberate, but I'm pretty sure he didn't.
No, it's been good sportsmanship this entire series from both teams.
They respect one another, I think, Alex. This is where you got to make it hurt that
They called for a long jack, and you got to just squeeze it, make it hurt. Good weight.
So that green that Lee Schreiner took saw him end up with a bowl right on the centre line. If he adds the required weight, he could just do some damage here for Australia. This is better.
He's got the weight, but is it going to turn, mate? It's got
Yeah,
a vicious.
yeah,
it's got a
that
vicious.
is quite vicious turn.
It's a vicious. Oh, he's cut one out anyway.
Got to make this count.
Yeah.
2 indicated by Sue.
The crowd's building up for this particular game. They know that they're back in the hunt here.
That's the thing, isn't it? I know that the overall score is not in New Zealand's favour. It's unlikely that the Open men will win their trophy, but you're playing for your country. Every end is so keenly contested, and the games are still very tight. People want to watch it.
Keanu Darby just a couple of weeks ago was playing in the final of the National Singles Championships in Auckland.
He's on a good track here, lads. Sit and stay.
Flick that, it might even do it. Oh, I wonder. Yes, stayed there. Just the two.
There's 2 good bowls by Tony
Yep.
there. He set
Yeah.
the head up well. What would you do? You go for another long end? Because you've outdrawn them on the... Every time they've got the jack at the moment, the Aussies, they haven't scored on it. So do you want to start dictating the play?
It's what Tony did last time. Well, this is last time. This is not now.
I was going to say.
On the 2 metre mark, it's a beautiful bowl from Tony Grantham to that jack length, and this was the...
That was the danger.
Oh,
I'm thinking he might be thinking I played it on the wrong hand.
yeah.
Yeah, they've gone long again, so that's good. So they've got some confidence here.
Been a
Grantham
match.
favouring one side of the green.
Oh, they know that's the good drawing
Yeah.
hand. You know, I think we've said that right for the last couple of days. And Tony's setting up here the foundation, so you know when you got snorters like that, that puts a lot of heat on you.
He's really warming up to his task, isn't he, Tony Grantham here?
Well, we all know he's one of the best around and maybe in the world, considering this guy here with Corey. But Corey likes these shots that he can play too. You watch. That's great weight to those. I know he shouldn't be thinking of that as a lead, but he's pretty dominant on those shots. Him and Aaron Tees play a lot together, and that's why they win.
Finbar and...
Keanu.
Thank you. Are they're not that old. Tony played for New Zealand at the Asia Pacific in 2011, silver in the 4s, bronze in the triples. How long ago was that? 14 years ago. He was playing for his country 14 years ago. What were Keanu and Finbar up to? It must be fantastic for this triple to have that experience off the front.
And that's what helped that shot when he got the 4. Remember I said Tony had some input into that. And that's what you want, just your senior member of the team stepping up, and don't be frightened to have a wee chat. It's very good in this type of team environment is to include one another. You know, if it does turn sour, you're not saying we should have been doing this, we should have been doing that. You've all got your time to have an opinion. There's 2 good bowls here.
Yeah.
Come right around.
Yeah, good shot. Well played.
They might be doing all the attacking. And this has been a bit of the difference. Tony's actually playing not above, I'm not trying to say above, but he's outplaying Corey at the moment, and this is putting the pressure on. It's got a bit of pace on there.
Carl Healy probably quite happy that his skip didn't ask him to go those. Good position, that bowl over the back for any aggression later on.
Tony's bowl's still looking good the way that angle is.
Yeah. But there you see his skip asking for something on the 2 metre mark.
Oh, I think more of an indication too there, John, that he's quite happy with 2 than fattening it.
Yeah.
Because we know how aggressive they can be. So,
Nice
yeah,
ball.
it's good.
It's good stuff. It doesn't, no guides, no nothing.
Smooth as silk.
A bit wide again, is he? Yeah, see. They've just been a bit loose at the last 2 or 3 ends, the Aussie boys. After they dropped that 4, it just seems to haven't gone their way, but I'm pretty sure they'll jump back into it. They're a very experienced team, you know, as you say. Corey's got 200 caps. Laser world champion there.
So Schreiner heads to the mat. He's not, didn't even chat to his team about what his plans were. They would know.
See Tony doing a little bit more directing. Tony's calling a lot more of the pressure shots now.
Yeah. Good to utilise that.
Yes, that's the experience of Tony, you know. And he is quiet. He will sit back and, you know, let the other guys do their job. But I think at this stage here, he's thinking, mate, I better take a little bit of leadership here of my experience and help them through it. And I'm not saying they're not capable. It's just great to have Tony's experience there. He's put him on the other hand too, to anything that's going to come over, squirt over to those 2 green bowls. Are they green? Sorry, I'm on a different angle here.
I wouldn't ask me.
Or the white, is it green? My screen.
Anyway, they belong to
that whitish red bowl.
They belong to Wedlock.
Yes.
I didn't know colour blindness was contagious, Peter.
Oh, here we are. I've got a better view now.
Yep. They'll be green.
Wasn't aware we had green bowls.
Oh, that's better, the screen this way. My screen was a different colour.
He'd asked us 2 to try and draw it.
It depends on
so
this.
That remains their option.
Depends on
look
his weight.
at this, eh? Yeah. Just sliding past.
He would have liked that bowl.
Yeah.
I think he... Oh, that's right, they've got 2 at the back. He would have maybe have liked that a little bit more of a shoulder for himself. So he's got something to work off. I still wouldn't not back him that he might trail it.
So again, Darby just covering those 2 bowls out to the right. Ones with a thick, wide white stripe on them. They are the lead bowls from Australia. He wanted to add another metre to this. Oh, he hasn't done it. But
he's not badly played, mate. I tell you, he didn't want. I don't know if he wanted that.
No, he didn't. He was asked to bring one just in between those 2.
Sorry, he didn't want that.
Bowls. Yeah, hit that and they might all go.
He'll go to the juice.
One down on the spot.
Oh, it's
That's drifting. That was the green more than the delivery. Interesting he chose his forehand for that. Well, we've seen quite a big turnaround ever since you sat down in the commentary booth, Peter. The vibe seemed to have changed for this New Zealand team. They picked up that 4 when Keanu binned the jack.
Oh.
I put that down to a little bit. I put that down to a little bit of Tony's influence into the conversations going up, and it's helping them. Not only that, Tony's actually playing great lead bowls. You just can't take it away from him. At the moment there with Corey, he's just a little bit off his game, but his bowls are there for scoring opportunities. But not very often you play these guys and you grab a 4 or 3 if that's the way the score has been going. What's that there? So they just say in the last 4 ends,
9 shots.
They've scored 9 shots. That's huge. That's, you know, if you're only in a game and you're on the 12th, 13th end and you're going to score 9 shots against Australia, you're playing very well. That'd be Tony's loosest bowl for about 5 ends, 6 ends ever come in. Thank you, John.
Had you noticed Corey Wedlock standing at the back when they were putting the mat down, just shaking his head a little bit, really annoyed with himself probably.
Yeah.
But he'll bounce back. There you go.
Yeah, they won't. That's what I say. The ability's there, and
Yeah, that
it's
little
the
drop, that
experience.
drop away is very temporary.
Yeah,
with
yeah, it is. And then,
players
that's what I
like
say.
him.
You can grind away, but they just get that grinder going a little bit faster at times, you know. And that's what I'm a little bit frightened of. If Tony's not hanging around.
It sort of builds from the lead, doesn't it? We've seen Tony have 3 perfect ends, and it's just narrowed twice. You can see the arms flapping around.
But it took off. And that was remember when they were coming down, that was the same thing there that happened to Corey? He likes this too.
This is where Finbar has to step up in the 2 position.
Yeah, he's put up good bowls in the back there just in case something happens.
Finbar's been playing the forehand here quite often. His backhand is better suited here. He's got the rest opportunity on the shot bowl.
Yeah, he's going to come downhill now. He's pretty close here, I think. He's got a turn, little turn. Just not enough. Good weight. Maybe a tad more. He wants to play the narrow hand, I think, here, just in case he flicks it.
It's always interesting when you hear screaming and then silence.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, it's not quite what the
Hold,
the plan
hold,
was.
hold.
And
As opposed to that sound. Nice ball from Healy.
Oh, as I say, you don't.
See Shannon McElroy writing up the score there, 2-6 to Australia. That's the pairs.
I can tell you that the first set was
There we
drawn.
go.
No, hangs, mate.
Gee, that was a Healy shot. Just missing. One ball, good bowl wide.
Men's Open pairs drew their first set 6 apiece and 6-2 down now in the second. Women's competition, which is very tight. It's back to all square. The Women's Open pairs, Selena and Briar, lost their first set 6-10, lead 3-1 in set 2. And the Women's Open triples trail 5-10 after 10 ends. So really New Zealand needs to get up in one of those 2 games.
Well,
On score, on shot differential, New Zealand currently lead by 4 in the women. So if New Zealand could win one of those 2 games, they then just require one of the next 2, provided everything remains equal. Should be enough. Great bowls here.
Did the women win? New Zealand women win last time?
Lost on a countback, I believe.
Countback,
That's my
okay.
recollection.
Yeah, it was very tight all the way through.
how's your weight, mate?
So Darby looking to draw the shot here, and to do that he can just sit on these 2 bowls.
She starts turning
It's
now.
dipped.
Yeah. Good weight. They'll give him some confidence.
Interesting.
I think we'll just wait and see what happens to this bowl here. If he,
Lee would leave the head largely alone, wouldn't he?
you'd want to or not to, maybe wide of the head but counting, then stacking it up. Even short of the head. Oh, it might only be 2 now, sorry. You think so?
I think it's only 2. Yep, we saw the lollipop woman, Sue, holding up 2.
Well, this is a big bowl from here. If it was still only going to be 2, I think Keanu might go for that. He's got a... Mate, this is not badly played here, eh?
Gee, look at that. Hey, not even going to make it much. Or slightly wider target.
You have to drive that.
Yes, definitely.
Probably on the forehand, maybe on the backhand, doesn't matter.
Oh, just hit it. Just hit it.
Up the middle, do you mean, Pete?
Well, yeah, but it's actually on an angle there, this bowl. If he wings it, he could take the 2 back ones as well. So you could end up quite a good shot here like before. And he had a good drive coming down last time this way. I'll tell you what, he's close this time, I think, guys. Oh, look, he just got on that one.
Got
That's
it.
the one. That's the one on the wick.
Yeah. Now, who's got the 2 metre? I think it's a Healy bowl.
He missed
Fin,
it.
is it
Yeah.
Finbar?
I think it's Healy, but
It is one, yeah.
yeah.
Healy's holding the 2 metre mark and a bit of space for leader draw. So a good shot, really, from
I think they'll play for that.
Keanu.
I think he might go to sit the orange bowl.
What's it worth?
3, 4 if he sits it.
Just get it. There we
That
go.
one there.
So the bowl that sits at 7 o'clock, are you thinking around the short bowl, or are you just going to try and pick the gap and chip it out?
No, he'll might play around Keanu's front bowl. See, they're having a discussion now. I don't know if the drive's on from our angle, what we're seeing, guys, but even if you just play 2 yards to Finbar's bowl, sit it. You can't go too wrong with the weight. It's if you played a real ditch weight, you could hit Keanu up. But if you're just playing a yard to it, you're going to sit his bowl there.
So you
That's
think
at
around
7.
that bowl
of Keanu's.
at 11? Yep.
Yeah.
Rather than underneath it?
Underneath
and
it.
with
Sit
more
it.
weight? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And sit it for 4. I know he just, he's going, this is the weights that I don't.
Yeah.
So he could flick on something off his own here, and that's the trouble. If he hits it out, it goes flicks sideways, you're gone 1AL.
Oh,
See?
dropped it.
And that's what I was saying about the weight, was more controlled weight around the head.
Yeah. It was almost a perfect bowl. He played it well, but as you said, you gave us the options, Peter. Round that
Round the bowl.
bowl with less weight.
And if you're not going to play the short stuff, you're going to,
Yeah.
you know, it's when you start hitting short bowls, that's when something's going to happen.
What a fascinating game we're watching develop here. 12-10 the score. Watch this. So Keanu on the wide side, but got one of the options.
And that was the one he didn't want to fatten.
Killed it. So the jack gets placed on the 2 metre mark.
Correct.
But they've gone from 3 down to 1 down there.
And that's the problem of playing that weight than just trying to go around it with a meter.
But Schrader was unlucky too at the end that New Zealand had that one bowl that he was chasing.
But if it flicked over the side, it's
Yep.
Tony's bowls
Yep.
plus Keanu's.
Yep.
Finbar's. And this is a great return.
He's playing this hand really well. Coming in this direction, so Tony Grantham. We've got a match on our hands when it was 7-1, and then it was 8-2, and at that stage, I think on the 8th end, leading 8-2, Australia were in control, holding 2 or 3 shots, and that was when Derby played a wonderful run shot, and they ended up claiming a 4 and a measure for 5, so it was 8-6. Then it was 10-6, then 10-8. Then New Zealand, over the last 3 ends, have picked up 6 shots.
Basically 5 ends, John. They've got 10 points.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Oh, you wouldn't have picked it. You wouldn't have picked it after the first 5 or 6 ends, just the way things were going. But Keanu turned it around with that one shot, and it just feels like it's turned on a dime. Wonder if there's another twist left in the tail, or if New Zealand can continue just
sure
to
there
kick
is.
on.
I'll move out of the box.
Don't you move.
Wow, look here from Wedlock.
I actually don't mind that.
Beautiful bowl.
I don't mind that, to be honest, because it's going to make Finbar play back to the. It's taking different shots away from you now. Instead of before he was going to draw, now he's going to play position bowls. Jesus.
Pushing that out really wide on this hand, Finbar. Won't come in from there.
Oh, there must have happened something there. Yeah, just wanted to clonk it. Was Tony... Sorry, I lost train of thought here. Did Tony's bowler touch her?
No.
I was just going to say then it would roll through. That
About
was
an
all.
inch
Sorry.
short, inch and a half short of the jack. It was as close here.
Might just take his own here, that's the thing. Sit and stay.
Oh, beautiful weight. Well played.
Yeah.
So beginning to look like a lonely bowl of Tony Grantham's.
Oh, no, it's still pretty good. Yes, correct. Play on to Corey's green and white bowl there, and you've got to back one in, that's cool. Was he asking for one? He's still asking for a back bowl, the skip. I think I would have played, but maybe just a bit more to cover the green bowl there.
Just keep your hand in the right to it, mate. That's all we got for now.
Yeah, just
So
the clunk, just the old clunk shot.
Yeah,
A little bit of a disturbance.
wasn't far away with his previous one. Backhand onto the shot. Brings the jack back. Any collision here will bring the jack back to the Australians.
Just hangs a bit, doesn't it?
He's got it. Oh, not
It's
quite.
unlucky.
Oh, that's made it. Keanu's got to.
Frustration there on the face of the number 2 for Australia. That's Carl
Carl
Healy.
Healy. Just little things just aren't going their way, is it? At the moment, they're playing the right weighted shot then, and instead of flush the
Look at
Tony's
it.
bowl.
And look how it's set up there, though, for Schreiner. If he can
And this
move
what-
that jack slightly, then...
And that's where I thought he may have got Finbar just covering that.
Yep.
You know,
Now he is himself.
he must see something different because,
I think he's just looking to dead draw here, is he?
well, it holds just a bit there, John.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
see it just straighten a bit. But I honestly thought it may be the other end. Unless he's thinking we can't see it, it might be the way the angle of the Tony's bowl now. If he does hit it, it's going to go to Tony's other bowl. We can't actually see the angle of it. You see there, so it could possibly rock over to Tony's bowl, but it's just the camera view that we've got. No
Yep.
fault of.
So Tony's is that other dark grey one. Yeah, could do.
You see what this is what I mean about the Aussie. You hear it, we're hearing it 2 rinks away. Teasy, all this.
They've always been like that.
Oh yes. If he's got the weight, it'll hold. And that's the problem on the green on that particular hand. You take anything off, it'll duck. If you're a little bit, a metre half wide, it'll hang. It's quite a good tactic of Keanu coming up and having a wee look at this.
So is that just to make
I
Lee
do
think about it a little
yeah.
bit?
And I know Lee's very experienced, but it does give Dice. See, Tony's going to have another bit of input here. You watch, see. Most leads will sit back. Tony's, as I say, in about the 4 or 5 ends, Tony's been involved in the game. Why wouldn't you take his experience?
Yeah, right, absolutely.
Hey,
But I
wait,
s-
and
There's
one thing
nothing in the rules that suggests that because you're a lead you can't get involved.
Well, that's correct. That's correct. You know, make him see, as Tony's saying, and Finbar's just sitting back. Finbar, to me, should be actually up by Keanu and just taking some of this in for his experience later on.
So what are they actually talking about here?
Or he's trying to say the options of coming off that bolt, what he's just putting on Keanu's putting to. Because what can actually happen, Keanu can actually play off that bowl as well. Same with Lee. He can play off any of those bowls. That's the danger here with the
white one at the back,
And
yeah.
correct. And that's what I thought about 2 bowls ago. That's where maybe Finbar should have been playing the shot too. Because they're not driving, they're only playing a metre shot, a clunk we call it. Or Keno calls it the jar, everyone will know that one.
So they've had a lengthy discussion about this.
Here we go, then this I say, see you go a bit
Yeah,
wider.
It's coming in on that
And
white.
that's, so you get off
Coming
this,
in on the
get,
white.
get the white,
Oh,
but it's come to a great home.
lovely effort.
That was the shot coming off there. It had everything going for it. And then if he wasn't, he was going to push Tony's bowl back.
It was perfect weight.
Yeah. Were you reading it that way there?
Yeah, I'll agree with you.
So he puts the pressure on him, and
And for him, it's a similar shot.
well, it is. But he's seen his other
Gonna
one
be-
duck.
Ooh,
See?
yeah.
That's what I'm saying is, you can put more weight on and it can still duck. Where you look at Keanu's when it was dead draw, it was trying to come home.
Then you go back to the lengthy discussion that was had in
Tony,
between.
yeah, that's what I say. A little
these
bit of
2
tactics.
bowls.
And Tony's actually, well, from his experience, I know I'm rabbiting on about it, but Well, that's what you want. It's no difference if you had look at this.
That was a bowl that was a little bit unlucky there from
And that's what I say. There has been
Healy.
a lot of
close.
It is
near
going our
misses.
way,
Yeah.
but the same thing happened when I was outside. If you go back on it, that's what was happening to the Kiwi boys. They were just missed by half a bowler bowl. Good weighted shots, but that's bowls. That's why we play this crazy game.
Yes. I heard one of the Australian development women in the fours match earlier where she was played a couple of shots and both of them were close, and she walked over to the coach and said, I hate this game. That's that frustration, sometimes. So Tony now coming this way last time was narrow, and he flicked across to about 1.5 metres away to the left, so he's remembered that.
And this is what's good about having Tony here. He knew when those bowls were ducking, it was on the 2 metre mark. So he's put it up a bit, and it's... See, they take it.
They'll be loving this. These two, Wedlock and
They'll be
Grantham,
Be like Tyson.
And afterwards they'll be saying,
Holyfield.
wasn't that good? Yeah, love that.
Just a good little scrap they're having here. And that just goes shows you the determination. The grit. Hope you're up, Tony. That's all, brother. She'll run onto it, mate. Your XG. See, he's got an XG. Clunk. Oh, see, that's what was happening before with the boys. Now, this sand coming down, it's happened twice. It just shoots off.
Second bowl for Wedlock. This is end number 14 of 18. These two teams have had some great battles so far in this Trans-Tasman.
I think he might give Finbar a heave-ho there. Yep. Into it, mate. Don't let it build up. Play their game.
Yep.
Hope.
Get in early.
But play their game, but don't take the 2 bowls out. Yeah.
Here we go.
Shot.
He's got to be close. He is. He got them
Shot.
both.
Squeeze the kitty through.
Oh, where's our bowls gone? For God's sake.
Poor old Lance Tasman just pulled some of his hair out there. Hasn't got much.
Did that last one go into the ditch or not? Because it was teetering.
It was going to follow through on that.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
No, it
that's...
stayed there, so...
Someone explain to me how...
Well, we'll see it again, I'm sure. Alex, because it looked as though it was going to be both, didn't
he
it?
hit the bowl really hard.
Yeah.
This is the thing playing on carpet.
He hit the ball really hard.
Yeah.
And it's still there.
But in carpet...
It's still there. I don't...
What do? You go again to reduce.
How deflating.
Because I've probably got the 2 metre mark now.
Well, what do? Ram it in the ditch for Tony's background, or have another ping pong? I'll have a ping pong.
He's going to draw it on the forehand.
Yeah, just play run to it, mate.
Oh.
Yeah, because just one bowl on the
it's-
rink.
See, this should turn.
He's got to be close here, team.
Great
Oh,
shot.
great shot. Finbar McGuigan.
How's that?
What a bowl.
That's the old ping pong.
Yeah.
Well,
Lovely recovery.
he deserves something even after that for his drive for some effort there.
It's been pretty consistent today, Finbar.
Oh, they played well as a team so far. And they've got another 4 innings left? Or 3 innings after this, is it? 18?
4 innings after
4 innings,
this.
yes.
We can run till about 2 o'clock because they started at...
Yeah, see,
just feather it.
Well, they take no shoulders away for him, see?
It still looks... Yes, still looks good for Australia if...
Oh, Finbar.
Because
Keanu's got to put just another one on the head. As you see, there's only one bowl there, so he's got to put another one.
Yeah.
Is it safer to draw on the
Oh, of
backhand?
course, yeah. Try and sit the white bowl there at 2, 3, what we'll say, 4 o'clock, sorry?
Yep.
About 3, 4 o'clock, yeah. Try and sit it, or just, and then you're not fattening it.
Here we go, watch this.
That
Try
was
and
the drive.
understand what happened.
That should have followed through. He thought he had this. You see?
Oh, come on.
That would rip your 90.
He cannoned.
But look at Tony's bowl.
Yeah. Just stayed there.
So it was a good confidence booster.
But then, having played that drive, he then pulls off a perfect draw
A double,
with
double,
his
double.
next.
And that's why I like bowls that you can sit on, you know. And that was like Keanu. He'd be a little bit sad with this one. But it puts a little bit of pressure on here, Lee, to play maybe a yard to it and try and squirt this. Or we might see a quarter of it, I don't know. He must see something.
He's looking to chip Finbar's bowl out. He can see almost none of it, and he's very close here.
Jesus, this looks bloody brilliant.
This is the best bowl you ever see. That's an outstanding shot. What a bowl from Lee Strainer.
What do you do, mate?
That's the best bowl I've seen this week.
Yeah, world champion of champions, singles gold medalist, twice bronze medalist as well, twice gold medalist, twice bronze medalist.
And he was sitting behind. It was sitting behind the jack. What a tremendous bowl. But it's given you a guide here, Keanu. And not only that, you need to put another on there because he'll search for that for 5.
Yep. So Darby needs to at least sit on the white, which we'll see just to the right of the jack. There it goes. He needs to reach that.
Ouch.
That might sit now unless he gets some contact, and he gets some contact.
They take off here, but that's great. Oh, look, it's going to come in.
Oh, against the
He's
bias.
got the shot. And Lee Schreiner put his head
Oh, look,
back.
he dropped his bowl. He's going to put the white flag up.
That was fortuitous.
What two great skipped bowls we've seen.
How did that get there?
It
Wow.
wouldn't have been quite that clappy, I don't think, but that's okay. It was a good shot for second. We deserved second shot out of that, but I don't. It's a bit bizarre.
Is he looking at here of hitting Corey's bowl?
Oh, absolutely.
He's going to hit that, but is it going to play it? And it might shoot over and take the other one. How's that angle?
Outside half of Corey's bowl, I think we drop a 4.
Yeah.
Maybe a 3.
That's what I'm thinking. But our saviour, if it does kill, no, it won't kill. We still got it on the spot.
What were you going to say, John?
Oh, I was going to see that. I can see that jack just coming back nicely to the white.
It's
If he gets outside edge of the Corey bowl.
And the thing is too, if it's played. Who's that bowl right by the ditch?
That's Derby.
So there's the Kiwis got 2 back bowls.
Yeah, but they haven't. They don't think they've got the 2 metre covered.
No. So but what it's looking like, it must be just going to hit the.
Okay, so now he's gone.
Yeah. That's going
Oh, this is going to be close.
It's going to.
This is going to rip someone's 90.
And this is
Now, who's got the
He's followed
2 metre? He's got 2 on the 2 metre. That's a brilliant shot. 2 or 3 or 4. Let's see how far back those white ones are. There we go. There's 1. And we know that the white, that one there is 2.
Where's Finbar gone?
Now, yeah.
Measure. Could be 3, though.
Could be 3.
What
indeed.
a great. Wasn't that Lincoln?
That was
4 good bowls
fabulous. Absolutely fabulous.
4 good
play.
bowls by the skips then.
This could be 3, it could be 4. Let's see which is the closest. That's Derby's down the back, and that doesn't come into it.
Tony's?
No. Oh, I see.
3
3 it
square
is.
again.
What
Well,
a great shot. Superb play eventually by Schreiner, but prior to that, some brilliant play too from the other skip, Derby. It's 3, and it is Australia level now at 13 all.
Oh, watch this. This is the best bowl you'll see this week. This is just... I've got no words.
Only just got an edge.
That's so good. That's such a good bowl.
And now, in comes another spectacular bowl. A little bit of luck.
Yeah, deserved second shot.
Yeah.
But bizarre that it's set against the bias.
But it's got the shot, and now look at this.
But that
wow,
was-
smackaroonie.
But isn't it the old story? You can feel confident as long as you hit it. You're going to have a result for yourself. Great bowls. That was 2 lovely bowls. Well, before we go any further, I've got to put a shout out to my wife. She's doing a big high rocks at the moment. She just starts at 1:30. It's a 2.5 marathon she's got to do with burpees, and so I wish you all the luck there. My thoughts are with you on this one. You got it.
So he did that as if she's watching.
Oh,
this.
yeah.
She will be watching it. It's
Oh,
only,
yeah, no, I just got the thing. My son and daughter have gone there to watch at Epsom. She's got to do burpees, run 10Ks every... she's got to pull a Lincoln...
Trailer.
Well, basically, it is,
Yeah,
mate.
I'll stick to bowls, I think, Peter.
And then do chin-ups, and then go for another run, and then they got to do dumbbells for a run around the whole stadium there at Epsom. It's a big thing that's taken over here at the moment.
Are they hoping that people are going to expire?
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know if I'm quite pleased I'm at bowls or I'm going to get into trouble for being here again. Oh, look at this. Bit of fortune.
I think dumbbells are aptly named.
Yes. Dumb people. I don't tell her. She's been training for 3 months, so you just catch her time was at 1:30, so we've got to give it to our partners that give us time up for my bowl, so I've got to spend a little bit of a thought with her and just mention that.
Oh, very good. "26 shots scored over the 14 ends played." So yes, sort of what, nearly to an end.
Oh, this is just unbelievable. Look at that score. I hope it doesn't just stop now. The game, like the bowls that have been played.
It's just been brilliant stuff, and it's been interesting to watch the body language of the 6 players. Early on, Keanu was visibly quite frustrated because he was playing bowls that looked like they were close and just missing. And in the last few ends, it seems to have switched around. We've seen the Australian triple exhibit signs
Great
of frustration.
It's a good bowl there, mate.
Yeah. As bowlers watching this who play, a few galas and club championships and so on, when you play a good shot, you grin and, your supporters sort of applaud in that. But early in a match like this, even though Finbar McGuigan has bowled a pretty good bowl, they know what might come. You've done your job, but you know that bowl might not be there for long.
Well, this, as I say, that back bowl of Corey's, Finbar's just got to reach it or draw the shot, but you sit that, you're going to end up with 2 or 3 if he sits it. Oh, he's just gone through the hole. So Keanu now, he sits it, he's got a chance of a 4, so the way Schrader's playing here...
Yep. New Zealand holding 3.
Yeah. Is it 3 or 1?
3. I just saw 3 lollipops go up.
Nice.
So the 2 Finbar and the 1 Grantham.
But he's got so much to sit again. And
Yes,
his
as I said,
his ability,
as I said, you can't get excited this early on, can you?
No.
Just know that a player of Shraina's ability.
You just want to push him while he's walking up.
Yeah. His mother's one of his great fans. Often.
How's his weight?
See comments from her.
How's his weight?
That's outstanding.
Oh, mate.
Oh, I think
What a bowl.
that's awful, isn't it? That is awful bowls.
Why didn't someone push him? Great bowl. He's playing well, isn't he?
It's stunning.
This team's applauding him too. Great bowl.
Oh,
He's keeping them in the game all right. And I'm not saying the team isn't, because they've got to have bowls around their head for him, but he's playing exceptionally well.
yeah, he's been able to play those crunch bowls when
Crunch.
required.
Yes.
Well, certainly fully justified his selection in this Australian team.
Well, I think you've heard me speak before. There's like a production line they've got there, and I think they're going to be fine. Well, so I'm not a selector for them, but just thinking, you've got to find only 3 for the Commonwealth. Whose place is going to be where? I wouldn't even like to think of it.
No.
You got Aaron, you got Teasy, you got Healy, Whitlock, God.
So on and so forth.
Oh, mate, the names just keep going and going. And then you've had all those great balls. Look, this is a great track too.
Nice track.
Has he got the weight, mate?
Run it out. Run it out.
Great effort.
Beautiful effort and a
That's
good
a
bowl.
great sighted bowl here. You can work off that bowl now and get half a chip.
So knowing that, what does Lee play here? This is actually
Oh,
hard to...
another bowl, mate, because if he dead draws the way he plays, you know, he might play a bit more to
Finbar's bowl to the right.
Corey's bowl, I reckon. He might change his hand.
Look at this, 2 groups of 4.
Yeah, so
Well,
he's liking that.
One group of 4, one of 3. Who's missing? I was going to say 2 groups of 4, and I was looking at Sue Way, the marker, who's parked her black uniform in beside the New Zealand triple.
I thought we were playing fours.
Yeah, I did too. And I thought, well, this is not right.
We're easily confused here in the commentary booth.
He could just try and get in on Finbar's bowl here.
Make it sound
Here we
easy,
go.
Peter.
What's that?
You may
Oh, it's
playing this bowl.
Oh, the way he's playing, you can nearly nominate everything he's going to do,
Yeah.
mate. You know, you look at this.
This is very close.
Just doesn't want to knock Derby in.
Well, that's the only way they were going to get a shot away.
Oh,
That's what I said.
It's jammed.
And that was what Finbar
Bring on
could
the
have played.
umpire.
No, you don't want to play it. If he's got the shot, you wouldn't play it.
He has. See the red.
Yeah.
All I would say, with a positive cap on, is at least that means that Australia's not going to drop a 3 on that end, because had Lee not played a shot, that was reasonably simple for Keanu to score
That
a
was
3 or more. So
and that was the shot I was trying to
only
say.
dropped a
Come
1.
off, that Keanu was going to have to play on his bowl, half bowl, and he would get it. But he played it for him. It was bad luck, mate.
Yeah, I still think a good bowl and a good outcome.
Oh, it was.
Drop a 1 instead of a 3 is fine.
And then he was only half a bowl to sit Finbar's for 2. But he's playing well, isn't he? Gosh. What are you going to do here, guys? Long end? Anybody see anything? What was going to happen there?
They've made their decision.
Yeah, it
pretty
has to be a
much
long
early
end.
on. Yeah.
Hope they're remembering coming down here where you've got that meter scoop, we'll call it. That vicious
And,
hook.
yeah, and someone will be reminding Grantham. He doesn't need it. Oh, I don't think he has remembered it.
Oh, no, he
May have the weight to hold it.
yeah, that's the only disgrace is going to be.
Can hold it through the jack. Oh dear. Sometimes don't believe your eyes.
I was going to say something that's, while we're sitting here, we can see it. We're knowing that these things are hooking, like his bowl's just going to take off like anything. Is it going to jump out and go to Tony's bowl? Could have. But it's been the same thing for Corey's bowl in, how it took off. And these are experienced players.
Yep.
If it was on the grass green, I'd be saying it's because everyone, where the mat sits, where people are walking, it's more worn out. See, that's a better green by Tony, but as he kept his weight, it'll come home. Here it comes. Good correction, Tony.
Yeah.
That's a great bowl,
Lovely
Tony.
bowl. Beautiful bowl.
Good bowl, Tony.
Here we go. Looking to
Sit the bowl.
sit the bowl or the jack. Yep.
Geez, those bowls make you a bit of... He'll take off now. Bang. 1 down. No. Oh, he's snorted behind it.
So what a tense game this is. 14-13. We're playing the 16th end, so 2 ends to go after this.
It's gone pretty quick, isn't it? An exciting game.
Yeah, sometimes these can.
We will just
Well,
keep one eye on... Sorry, John. Just keep one eye on the clock, though, as they have until... they started at... When did we start? 45 minutes past
Yep.
11.
Yep.
And they've got 2.25 hours to play this game in, so that brings you to 2 o'clock, doesn't it?
Oh, they'll bolt in 2 ends, won't they?
That'll be okay.
2 ends?
Should be.
Should be. Even if this end takes 10 minutes, that's the last end anyway, so...
Some of the fours games have been timed out a little.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's a credit to how quick the Greens are running too. You know, the Greens are playing well. Yeah, that one outside today I thought was running quicker than the other days, but I just viewed it as we got in here this morning early, Alex, because we've had some early starts. The greenkeeper was cutting, and that was 6:30, and I don't think too many greens you could say 3 days in a row they've been cut and rolled and it gives credit to the greenkeeper for
fantastic.
those work.
Fantastic from the 9 Bowling Club.
Yeah. Oh, you just got to.
It's a poor bowl.
This is very
In fact,
vulnerable.
for
This,
Finbar, well, that is.
this is bread and butter for these guys sitting
poor
bowls,
bowls.
isn't it?
Yep.
I'm not building them up, but we've got to be honest that they do play these bowls very well. The only save here is going to duck.
Yeah, look at that, it's hooking across.
Yeah. See, the weight control is very good. You still want to put another one there.
New Zealand, I would say we're probably one down to the
That, you know what that
to
was
that
for?
pile of wedlocks.
You know what that big smack was for? I'm not going too flash, but I'm trying, and he accepted it. He would have apologised.
Who was
Finbar.
that?
It's
Oh,
Finbar had a
Finbar.
couple of
Right.
shockers.
Okay.
So he's just
see that.
acknowledging to
Yep.
the skip. The skip said, okay, but there's a little bit of a smack in the hand, basically. But they're great mates, so they understand each other. You just got to get those things out of your head anyway when you've got to get down and play a big bowl.
Well, he played a couple of good bowls going
Yes.
the other way,
See, that's going to duck too.
unless it ducks with the jack,
Oh,
which it doesn't.
well,
Forgettable end here from both of the teams.
the only saving grace here, I think we've got the T mark with that last bowl of Keanu's. So he won't have a ping because he could take his own 2, but he'll play 2 metres to it.
Yeah, looking to get rid of that.
Yeah, the
That
bowl
black
of Tony's.
that black bowl as we see it now.
The only problem is you don't want half the kitty and going to Tony and
That this is Lee Schreiner.
Tony, if he gets I know
know.
it's Lee.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, something's got in his eye. Right.
And just some people in the background.
Oh, there's a bit of a crowd here now at the moment, being a Sunday afternoon. All had their Sunday dinners and.
Is
coming
there a
to the
Sunday,
bowls.
Sunday dinner?
Yeah, right. Sunday, have you heard of a Sunday roast? Oh, that's right. You young guys don't eat the
Prefer hogget over
Yeah,
lamb
hogget.
for a Sunday roast, I must say.
There it goes.
boiled. It's got a hold, but mate, it's got a hold. This is when they're ducking.
Oh, look at that pack of
Oh.
bowls over there to the left.
Mate, I wouldn't be surprised now. He'll play more weight, if that makes sense.
Take out the 2 on the left.
Not so
No?
much a drive,
Okay.
because he could take his own 2, but that there was just a metre over, 2
Yeah.
metres over, so more ditch weight. I'm trying to say ditch weight controlled.
And a bit more green he's taken.
This is better bowled by Keanu. How's your pudding, brother?
Start to work now. Start working now,
Oh,
Keanu.
you get a lot of running here, mate.
Surely
Yeah.
he's done it here. No, he's going to be short.
I could block the shot, but mate, that's the. Oh, he might slide across the head on that. Take that, you know.
So last bowl to come.
Yeah.
It's Lee Schreiner.
He's got everything to play to. Saw a good angle there. Could play Osaka.
It's a chance for a number as a 2. They could grab a couple or 3 out of this if it works well for them.
Just come off Corey's bowl. Oh, he's going to play it tight that hand. Play it through the head. No, it's going to hang, is it?
It's going to hit Finbar.
Oh no, it's coming.
No, it's coming nicely.
It's going to do nothing.
Going to get a wick off this and push himself up. Oh, that was Keanu. All right. Okay, so just one. It is all that tension and what if and will they or won't they. And it's still just the one shot and it goes to the Australians. And so it is 14 all now.
I wonder what the viewers at home are thinking.
Well, it's been a great game, hasn't it?
Well, it has, because I've had a few people, get me on the old...
Text, it's called.
Yeah, the
Yep.
text. Oh, I'm just speechless for words just at the moment, which a lot of people will say that would be different. But
really helpful for commentator as well.
Yeah,
oh, we get the good ones and the bad ones, and we've had some good comments, guys. So keep it up. They're saying. One said we're not going to keep everyone happy, but we're keeping. With that, I'm keeping him happy. So that was cool.
Quickly onto the mat. And nothing or the mat's come out a bit, has it? You just have a look at that, Pete.
Yeah, the mat is up a bit.
Yep.
Definitely.
Well, great starter there.
14 all is unbelievable. This game. Well, we had a good game with Taylor there as well, so gee, they haven't gone down without a fight, have they? Whatever happens, you got to grab this, Tony.
Gravity does.
Lovely bowl. What a shot. Beautiful shot.
And he snorted it too. Well done, mate. He's looking for this.
Oh, I mean,
He's looking for that.
in club play, they'd be saying, oh, he's a raking lead, but he plays with great accuracy.
Might play Tony will play the other one, play narrow, sit it, bowl over. This is the type of game. I know we can't, but it'd be good for a draw, wouldn't it? It's been that good.
Yeah.
Oh, they can get a draw on this one.
There's
Yeah,
something-
so
look.
would be fair enough.
Fair, it would be fair call on this one. Tony will be a little bit unhappy with that one because he knows he should have reached it or just a metre over.
Yeah.
And you can't go say any more because Tony's played exceptionally well during this game. Yeah, that's where heads can get a little bit ugly.
So Finbar might have said to us, Skip, sorry mate, last end. So now he's just got to make sure that he is up there. He can sit the shot bowl.
I'm just thinking, this is the type of shot you don't mind if you are a bit tight because you can get it off Tony's bowl. And I know they say you're raking and that, but if you're a bit tight, you've got something to play off too.
Use what's there.
You're correct. You just got to be up, that's all, Finbar, and you've got a good bowl. He's good, not badly played, mate, I tell you, I'll give you the tip.
Yeah, good bowl.
Trouble with these guys, they'll play shots before you. They'll go looking for their bowl. They won't bother if they take their own out. They'll go to slice the jack. Is he up?
Yep.
See what I mean? They'll go looking for the jack.
Yeah.
You nearly got to play their shot before it and your bowl comes through with it. Sit it, put the heat on then, you can maybe get a 4, if not just about where Keanu's foot is at the moment. Yeah.
So as you could see from that, they can move that wedlock bowl, of course. You could
And then the weight.
grab a 3 or 4, but your weight has got to be to where your skip was asking. Yeah.
It's not that merry weight where you're going to get into trouble and the kiddie's going to go. And this is the one I was saying is you could come off your front bowl here of Tony's.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, a great hold there. He got a nice little
Good result.
bit of advantage out of it. So they
4
go
shots.
From 1 down to holding 4.
Would be a good time to score a number for the New Zealand team going into the last end.
What makes you say that?
Oh, we're all square and there's one end to go. Unfortunately,
This man's got 2 bowls.
And Schreiner,
He's
he's
got
walked
a
back
chance.
on here and just saying, oh, well, if I move the jack back, we've got 3.
Correct.
You know.
Yeah, he's...
Yeah.
And as we know, we've said it right through, every bowl he's done so far has been a damage. Been very unlucky he gave 1 away, which is just such bad luck. He's such a great draw bowler.
Here we go. Oh, he's quite remarkable.
How's his weight? Is it going to hang? Oh, you've got... See, they're talking to it. Look at this. Is it?
Gee, well, there you
second
go.
shot.
Yeah.
Just a touch of the kiddie now.
Cross the head on the forehand for Keanu.
Huh? Across the head.
Yeah.
Potentially. I don't know what he's going to play, to be honest.
Maybe last bowl. You don't just slice of hell and just get half the jack. And
Yeah.
It's 3-4 down. Yeah, just draw to it, mate. Go. Let's play a bomb here, Bale, and then you're going to need to touch it a couple of inches.
We might just want to get in amongst those other bowls there. Which,
Yeah, it's handy.
yeah. So it's,
That was something like what he wanted Finbar's bowl to be.
yes, yeah. Yeah, you almost think, oh, it's a waste for a skip to have to find the 2.
Yeah.
He's looking at movement of the jack, surely,
Yeah.
doesn't he?
If he plays the
Yeah.
drag, if he drags, it's like, I don't like to say it, it'll be a game shot.
Yeah.
Game, as I think be pretty hard to grab a 4 against them. If he sits the bowl, he gets 2.
Yep.
He's got so many options here. Come off his own bowl, sit the bowl, or touch kitty. He's played that a bit firmer and tighter, isn't it?
Well, I think he was looking at sitting inside
Jesus,
the
look at
Finbar's
this.
second shot.
This
which is
was
to
where
the left of the
Finbar's
jack.
hung. Finbar's hung there.
Yeah, he's looking at sitting that bowl there, and he's played it. Well, he's played it perfectly.
We've still got shot, but haven't we?
Yeah, I think so. But that was where Healy was asking. Just come into here.
Just draw for another shot.
Yeah,
Yeah, safer.
maybe looking to just tickle that jack back to there.
Desperately want to score a 2 on this end. Easier to defend.
Yeah, one's basically nothing really.
One
is it?
down, last 10, last bowl's a great place to be for Australia.
Australia,
Yeah.
yeah.
So he's made it really difficult there for Keanu to draw a second.
That's right.
No, he needs a little bit of a fishtail
Well, this is where I say.
Yeah.
Oh,
to never wait for it to happen.
One it is.
what are you going to play? The way we've seen it dishing down there on the longer length.
15-14, playing the last end. This men's triples match. One round of matches remain this afternoon, which will feature singles and 4s for the elite. And we're going to be seeing a men's singles match between Aaron Wilson and Shannon McElroy.
At 3 p.m. that is scheduled for. So looking forward to that. Be 2 of the best players in the world going head to head in a singles game. And the conversation has been had, and we'll see where the jack is delivered. Somewhere on the rink.
And it's not in the direction that Tony Grantham has really enjoyed. We've seen on that length that bowl has just dipped away late in its journey.
That's good green.
Yeah.
It's just your weight, Tony. And take off. Wang. That's good because it didn't cut across the head that metre and a half. This will duck, I think.
Yeah, tighter green. Different bowls.
Different length too. They're
Yeah,
holding
yeah.
a bit more. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't mind a bowl like that because it gives you something to sit. Because if you are a bit heavy, it's not going to scoot right past. Tony's good enough to sit on that, or even dare draw it. He's coming downhill here, I tell you guys. He's not badly played. Good bowl, Tony.
Well done. Yeah, nice shot.
Whatever. Doesn't matter if he gives it away here and hits Tony up.
No,
They just got to have balls on the head, which, he might flick this back. That's the only problem. No. Could be 2,
Might be the shot.
Could be a couple. 2, though. You've done your bit, boys. Gets his bowl well, nice and smoothly. How's your weight, Finbar?
No, that's poor. He'll be gutted with that bowl.
You just got to sit the last bowl of Corey's. Give your bowl a chance.
Just about like you just let one of those thoughts into your head before you let go of it, eh? You start to think about the fact that you are one up on the last end.
It's one of those ones that is looking easy to sit and touch. He's a good bowl. He doesn't want to fatten it. That's the only thing. He might have forced old Finbar onto a shot here.
That's a good place for
Yeah,
that
I'd
bowl from Healy.
You want to draw and then maybe Keanu comes down the other hand. more into this, I think. It's a good green. They're drifting from there. They're drifting.
He's done it.
Oh,
This
he's
is a beautiful
He
correction.
has atoned.
Yeah, well done. Hear the crowd applause for that one.
This guy plucked them out last time, didn't he?
Oh, I know.
I'm not saying Cole, but I'm just saying about Lee.
Close your eyes and get nightmares about it.
How's his weight? He's got the weight. He's just a bit overgreened, I think, guys. And has Tony still got the back one there?
Clean run. Oh, that's a three handy bowls in catching position for Australia.
And Tony's got the 2 metre. Well, 4 bowls to come in a game of bowls like this. Awesome.
This one could be totally different when we see the second of the 2 bowls.
I was talking to someone outside, John, before I come in, and I said, how the game of bowls, and especially test matches, you look at rugby, it's always down to that last 10 minutes when you get good close games, and it's like most sports. You can hang in there,
score just before
full
full
time,
yeah.
you know, and that's what's been happening. And if you can think like that,
New Zealand holding shot. Some potential for the outstanding Australian skip, Lee Schreiner, to upset this.
Keanu's on a good track, mate, with his dynamics, of his arrows. He might snort this, you know, mate. He's going to snort it.
Good bowl. Good shot, Keanu Darby.
What do? Just go for the heave-ho and then just see where the ball's scatter?
Well, I think as you've said, and we'll see the head again soon, but the important 2 metre mark is covered by that black bowl that you can see at the bottom of the screen. That's Tony Grantham's.
What I was just going to say there, John, the way he's looking, I think a lot of the bowls are just going to roll forward and Tony's bowl is going to be pushed out. To me, in particular, what I'll be saying is try and hit Keanu's shot bowl and see if it does squirt over to
Wedlock's. White
I
and
just
green
think
one,
that
yeah.
bowl, the bowl there, I just looked over here to see who this one was. You don't want to be coming off that because that will push that through. So yeah, he needs to play a bit down to that.
To the bowl, it's just
I
short of the jack.
Yep, get it off Keanu's bowl on the run shot. You watch. Hopefully this is how it's done.
He's
Oh,
tight. He's tight.
You don't want to hit that one. So you see what I'm trying to say there? He's wanting to hit Keanu's bowl and it's going to squirt over. It's going to take through the other stuff.
Well, I watched the end of one of the women's teams matches, and Val Smith played a shot in this situation that landed at about Keanu Darby's feet there, right on the centre line, went for the block, and it wasn't effective. Australia still got it, you know, so...
And it's good Keanu just hanging around here.
Yeah.
He's hanging around. This could be like a time clock on this one. So what is the time? We did say...
It's 2:03, but it's the last end, so we're okay. They've run it its full length.
Yeah.
And New Zealand currently holding the win. There's a bowl to come from Lee Schreiner. We've got the 2 metre mark. We're holding 2.
Yeah. As I say on carpet, when you smack it, for some reason, the bowls sort of like go dead. Choom.
Let's see what Darby's action plan is here.
Oh, you don't want to fatten it anymore, for goodness sake. Would you?
Well, the head's looking...
In favour.
I'm pleased with how the heads are looking as a New Zealander.
Yeah. So you wouldn't want to be putting another one handy. Just play over and see what happens, just in case it goes in the ditch.
I mean, would we put it past Lee, having missed on the drive? There's still this shot to tickle the jack around the corner.
He might want this ball back.
But it's on the way. If he hits
stayed
Keanu,
on, yeah, stayed on. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So the jack could, I mean, you just don't know where the jack will go, and depends on what Schreiner decides. So we'll just take a breath and watch.
So he's still liking that, yeah. Go for it. Just don't be wide and come off that bowl of Tony's, that's all.
Oh, how many last bowls has Lee Schreiner played to win matches? This could just be another in a long list.
He's playing the cap. He'll be thinking very hard. This all depends on me.
Oh,
Look at all the boys up there watching. This is great.
We could talk about what might happen, and what, of course, might happen is anything. If he makes contact, that jack could go anywhere,
I don't want to be listening.
and
if
it might be the luck of the draw. And here we go.
poked it. Skinny. This is what I don't want to see. Please no.
Oh, it nearly did too. But the shots are held by New Zealand. They shake hands. And it is 2 shots to New Zealand, who win this tense match by 17-14. What a wonderful display of fours that we've seen here today. 2 skips playing sensational bowls. Lee Schreiner shakes hands with Keanu Darby. They've both been asked to play magnificent bowls. They have throughout, but the victors for this match, New Zealand. We're going to come back later on today with a singles men's match. Enjoy your break.
When someone you care about is going through a tough time, it can be hard to know what to do. Here's 10 ways you can help someone who is struggling. Listen. You might want to give advice, but most people just want to feel heard. Be there. You don't have to fix their problems or find the perfect thing to say.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on.
Ka tuku mihi mātou, Bowls New Zealand, Aotearoa, kia koutou katoa, ko tai, mai ki tēnei kaupapa, hui huinga. Welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the 2025 Trans-Tasman. It is the final game of the final day here, and it's going to be a great game to finish with. We've got two of the best singles players in the world, in Shannon McElroy and Aaron Wilson, and they're going to play each other. It's been not an ideal day for New Zealand in the overall standings. Lots of close games have fallen the wrong way if you're a New Zealand supporter, and the Open men cannot defeat Australia, but that's not going to stop this game from being an absolute exhibition of high quality bowls, John.
I think the two players have promised that, Alex. I had a quick word to each of them beforehand, and I said, as I said to Aaron, and I know the two of you don't get on well together, but which is absolutely wrong. We've seen shots of them after their games already, during this event, them sitting there chatting away. They're two characters, similar sort of people. Aaron Wilson, probably one of the greatest players the sport's seen, with the speed of his delivery and setup and so on. He's just sometimes a television director's nightmare. And Shannon McElroy, who was there or thereabouts for a long time as a young man, and then got up and won that world singles title in Christchurch a few years ago, and is constantly at the forefront of New Zealand bowls. Unavailable for a couple of years, but is now back into the swing of things and sending his heroes into the zone most of the time. So yeah, we've got two high quality players representing two nations that are proud of their bowls standing, and I think this will be an exhibition that we'll be really keen to see.
Look, at the end of the day, both of these players are still playing for their country.
And bragging rights too, against each other,
I'll be trying.
Yeah.
Just have a very quick look at the standings whilst Shannon walks down with his bowl. So the situation is this: it's 1 point per win. There's 2 games around, so the Open men trail 6 games to 10. Open women need to win both of their games to be in with a chance of winning. Development women trail by 4, 6-10. Men 3.5 to 12.5. And the paras are just about finished there. There's still a couple of games going on, but they were locked at 8 apiece, so very exciting in the paras at the moment. And I got that done just in time.
Yes.
Shannon's come to have a look at the head.
And I think... would you be surprised that when Shannon was walking down talking to Aaron at the same time, look at this, that crossover when his bowl's coming down, would it be that Aaron said, "Are you just trying to slow me down, mate?" Wouldn't be surprised, because a key to Wilson's play is his speed. We just watch him now, picks up the bowl, and look, not even hardly an aim, and away he goes into it. So Shannon McElroy's hardly turned around to check where his bowler stopped before Wilson's bowler's on the way. That's a trademark of Aaron Wilson's play, uncannily accurate.
So, what have we got there?
Well, it's going to be difficult sometimes. Thank goodness for the stickers, those big yellow stickers indicating the Australian bowls. Because while McElroy's are two-tone, the blue tone is the same as the colour of the two-tone blue of Aaron Wilson. So we've got the stickers. And good luck to the marker to identify them. But the stickers are there.
The stickers have been fantastic. Up and over. Beautiful bowl from Aaron Wilson. Absolutely perfect. He was one down. He's now probably scored 2 shots.
Yeah.
One and a half. So each country has given a set of stickers. There was You can see the Australian ones that Aaron's got. The sticker takes up the entire side of the bowl, so the Aussies have the yellow stickers, and we were given the option, I believe, of either the black or the yellow stickers. Sorry, the black or the white stickers, and it depended on the size. So some players found that the sticker went over where the grip was, and that made it hard to hold on to the bowl. So on this occasion, it is Shannon with the old-fashioned New Zealand white stickers, and Aaron with the yellow. And it was 1 on that first end. Short end.
Won't take them long to figure out. In fact, it'll be just that bowl to figure out what the green is on that hand.
Both of these players incredibly decorated in singles discipline. Shannon having medalled at the Commonwealth Games, and he's a world champion in 2016. And Aaron Wilson, back-to-back Commonwealth Games singles gold medalist, famously emulated Kelvin Kirko's celebration when he won the Commonwealth Games gold at home.
Kirko's book, which I was reading, I think, last year sometime, which was, fascinating story about Kelvin, one of the greats of Australian
Look at
sport, not just bowls. Here we go, beautiful. 2 nice bowls.
Margaret barely finished.
Yeah.
Chalking the bowl before Aaron plays it.
Yep, so we mightn't see Aaron play that hand much.
How good's this? And keeping it essentially a one-bowl target.
Yep. Still comes back with a frown on his face. He's played just 2. He's played enough against Wilson to know that those 2 bowls aren't safe. Talk about first bowl efficiency, there's also, or effectiveness, we also can talk about last bowl effectiveness, which is what we saw from the previous match, the triples game.
Here's Margaret. Wonder how many.
She had two up before, so I think it is those front 2 are the shots, and McIlroy now looking to make it 3.
Beautiful delivery.
Unless that bowl to the right on the wing is the 3rd shot, in which case he could just cut inside that or nick it out. Oh, I think he's certainly short, but is it in the count? No, he's not happy with that.
Oh, I don't think he's quite managed it.
No. 1.
2 maybe all it is. See, that's Aaron's bowl there, yellow sticker for Australia. And Margaret indicating there that it is 2 to New Zealand on that second end. So the score now 2-1 to Shannon after 2 ends. Dynamic game already.
Outdoors still remains fine, and we wind down this Trans-Tasman for 2025. Got the men's and women's fours indoors here. That's what we'll be keeping an eye on. Outdoors, it's the development, men's and women's development singles and fours, with the para matches all completed now.
Just waiting on those the final tally to come through.
We were treated to a remarkable women's singles game earlier today, which resulted in a win to Australia, whose singles player Dawn Heyman produced, but had to produce, some scintillating bowls, and her last bowl on the 7th end of the second set ended up being a match winner. But she beat New Zealand's Taylor Bruce. I think it was 5-4 in the first and 4-all in the second. A good indication of how tight that particular match was.
Oh, doesn't like that one.
It might well be a tricky side. We've talked about it a bit, and we've seen indications of it, that particularly going away from us here on that right-hand side has proved a bit of a problem for some. And coming down here, we saw that Shannon wasn't all that happy with playing that hand, and now finding his green nicely, but not his weight. See what this does. That looks to be the line, doesn't it? Coming in from there.
It's just a little bit late. We've seen it all week. All week. It's only been 3 days. We've seen for the last 3 days just a little bit lazy on that back end.
That's good. Unlike the women's game, where there was not a word spoken between each other, that was, such a tense match. In this game, both Wilson and McElroy have indicated there'll be a bit of banter.
Opting to stick to his forehand. Not sure how the weight is.
Pretty disappointing from Shannon there.
It's not quite enough.
He's still holding shot though, isn't he, with that ball to the right of the jack as we view it?
Yeah, I would say that is the shot.
Yep.
Aaron looks more open on the forehand, but may back himself just to make the correction on the backhand side.
And you can't tell.
Yeah, I know, he's on the forehand here. And he's hitting something. Jack in the ditch for 3. Oh, this would be ridiculous.
Oh, and he can blame. You saw a little bit of a hold there, wasn't there, coming down that line?
Look how much you could see. Just see the jack there. You forget how talented these bowlers are. That's a viable shot.
Yeah.
3-1 to New Zealand on end 4. Got to recalibrate your bowls brain when you're commentating people as talented as Shannon and Aaron. Didn't even consider jack in the ditch because you could just see the jack. Anything else was no good, but such ability.
So shortish end for this, the fourth end of this game, which saw Wilson score on the first, but McElroy on the second and third. He leads by 3-1. This is the first set. 2 sets, of course, 7 ends. Oh, I think he's going for it, is he? It looks like that sort of, yeah, you're looking for Jack in the ditch.
Good ball.
Yeah,
So he's
got a toucher on the ditch.
Jack's going to get respotted on the 2 metre mark. There it goes. Well found, Margaret. The confidence is just unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what the players see. Oh, it sounded like some disappointment from the New Zealand camp in the ambient mic there. The 2 of the para games are still ongoing. Make it look easy, don't they?
Yeah. It's probably a metre short, is it? Sure. McElroy's weight for the first was fine, and if he spoke to the likes of Grantham after the last game here, he will know that it's likely to zip across if it goes too narrow, and it doesn't. That stays nicely.
Outstanding bowl. Oh, what was he doing being so short with his first one, John?
Must have been a slip, eh? Up or not up?
Up. No, not up. I think his weight was actually okay. So for Shannon, he's got an option of trying to block the forehand by playing it, or you could just stay on the backhand and draw around it. I think the forehand will be his instinct, because if he plays the forehand, then he's in the way of Aaron, but he's just played a great bowl on the backhand. So
yeah,
50-50.
That's it. Weigh that up. Played it beautifully, just needs to get around it. Not sure about his weight here.
Well, his weight was perfect. He's just underneath the line. He's finished level with the jack.
They put all that into their computer, into their memory. When they play that hand next time, they'll know that there is that at a certain length. When the jack's at a certain length, you have to take that bit of extra green. Here's Wilson on the run after it.
He's on the probe here.
Oh, it might get a bit of help. No, not quite.
Just reaching through. He was looking bowl or jack. He was probably trying to go closer to that bowl at 12 o'clock, but it's one more shot to Shannon McElroy, and the score 4-1. We're on the 5th end, rocketing through this game. Oh, how brave was this bowl. Boom.
And McElroy's reaction afterwards was priceless. There you go. He's responding to what McElroy said. We've seen a bit of that over the weekend, though. I know in one of the men's development matches, I think it was the triples yesterday, when the game was well away from New Zealand, the Australians were driving the jack into the ditch, first bowl, and driving a lot. Sort of, it wasn't quite a game. And it looked like they were using it as a bit of practice almost.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between what happened in that match and what Aaron did with his first bowl. It's more of a legitimate thing in singles, whereas really the Australian development triples team should probably have been trying to continue to extend their lead. You want to get those points on the board. Felt a little bit, it wasn't great to be in the crowd for that. That's sport. It's the longest we've seen Shannon to take to play it, but to play a bowl.
had some good battles that first on the first day. It was McElroy who had the ascendancy. That changed yesterday.
Bowl.
Here we go.
A reaching bowl. I think this is going to dive. Hard to play on this carpet. Look at it duck across the head there. May even be out. Shannon will just stick a third shot in. Keep the target narrow. Keep the target narrow. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Can't keep it any more narrow than that.
Unlucky that it sat out. If it sat down, it would have been great.
Oh, it's only two. Oh, two down, I think. Here we go.
Played this with more conviction.
He's going to get something.
He's got them both. Oh, he's got one of them.
So McElroy now has the 2 metre mark with one of his bowls going back. Holds the shot. I think he might search for a third here. Just, it's there for him, and McElroy. Any movement
Across
of
the head.
you know. He's already got the 2 metre covered. He's thinking a wee bump up.
Clean run. Sit down, you bowl.
Okay, so that's 2 anyway.
Yeah, intriguing to see what Aaron opts to play with this shot. I mean, if it could hit the shortest bowl square, that could do something cool, but given that there's that bowl on the 2 metre mark, there's a danger of moving the jack. He's going to hit this though. Shortest bowl square. Square.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unlucky. Gee.
Oh, that was unlucky.
On any other day, he would have ended up with a couple of shots himself. Instead, he's 2 down. We've played the 5th end, and it's McElroy leading Wilson by 6-1.
Wilson doing almost nothing wrong with that shot. He was, I mean, that bowl square should always have been pushing through the head to do good things with no jack movement. Perhaps a result of the carpet more than anything else. You get some weird skid sometimes. So just we'll get an opportunity to watch that bowl in a second. You can see great response from Shannon there. Aaron was underneath the line with his first one. Thought, need to go a bit quicker. Went a bit quicker. Unlucky not to remove both bowls.
Teach me.
Then, look how unlucky this is. Didn't move, John.
It didn't.
Shannon's first bowl of this 6th end. Not a million miles away.
5 shot advantage is handy, but in this caliber of player, wouldn't be feeling totally safe around it. Not quite. Certainly a good second shot there for McElroy. Just kicks a bowl along the ground to await his opponent's shot, which is on its way now. Wilson trying to come around the McElroy second shot and make it 2. Pretty close, may well be. wanting to hang on to this lead. That second bowl of Wilson's may well be the second shot, and McElroy would like to just sit that, which he's going to do.
Cling.
He has, yeah.
Good bowl. Well played, Shannon McElroy. Aaron trailing by 5, so he needs a 2 or probably a 3 here to be a realistic chance going into this, the final end. Just reticent to turn.
So McElroy ponders. He hasn't got the back bowl, so maybe that's where he'll go. All the way down thinking, what will Aaron do? Unpredictable Aaron Wilson sometimes. So he's just said to Wilson, okay, you go it if you want to. So if we look, I think it is, yeah, certainly back bowl. There's one just out of shot there down to the bottom of our screen, which is a Wilson bowl. It may well be, if the jack, if it gets killed, he might hold 2.
Yeah, and he needs to, remember, he needs to score a 2 here.
Yeah.
Or be wanting to score a 2. There's a half a chance. You see Shannon's bowl that sits at 1 o'clock to the jack. If you could get that very square, it would pass through in the 6 o'clock direction. Get rid of Shannon's bowl that sits at 5. No jack movement. That's one way to get 2. Very hard shot to play.
Hard shot to play without getting rid of maybe one of your own. Anyway, we're not going to have time to think
this
about
one, this one here, this one here. Oh, great try. I thought he had it, John.
Yeah.
I don't think there was any jack movement at all if he'd got that one square. And it's 1-2 Australia. And Shannon McElroy leads by 4. And we're already at the final end of this first set, motoring through. You'd think 4 shots would be hard to get against a player of the quality of Shannon McElroy. Look how close he is here. He's looking for that bowl at 1 o'clock. Half a bowl narrow. Great effort. Stalking after his first shot. He's looking for a 4 on this end. It's not a helpful place to be, Shannon. Do you rip that bowl off?
Struggled a bit with his hand previously.
Well, I was about to say, with a first ball like that from Aaron, it's unlikely that we'll see a 4, but Shannon's played a worse one.
Yeah. So there's 2.
It's almost like he's intentionally leaving gaps here. You don't want Shannon to just be able to go, I'll go bowl or jack. Needs it to hold on. Oh, there's a Kiwi beginning to get slightly concerned.
Yes, yes.
And the way Aaron plays, because no time to reset yourself either. Shannon's bowl barely come to rest before Aaron let this one go. He'll be distraught at that shot.
McElroy's had a bit of a let-off here.
I can't believe he's missed that. Just like that, all the pressure's evaporated.
So there's something about the green, Shannon.
Oh,
Yeah.
if Aaron's bowl is counting for 3, he'll just draw for 4. If Aaron's bowl is 5th shot, he'll play his forehand, which he is. Needs to get both bowls to move here. He's not a million miles away here, John. Get it square. Oh, great try. That was a great try from Aaron Wilson.
Well, that's a pressure end. That's not been well played by the Kiwi. 3 bowls which have cut across a metre narrow, and why wasn't he playing the other hand will be the question. I think he might from now on. Anyway, not just this end. Let's see what he does. I think probably he'd just like to think, I'm sure I can master this hand. But no, he can't. So we'll play the forehand. Just give him a wee go.
Underneath. Well, forgettable last end, but we were 4 up, so enough to hold on there. Australia scoring a 3, and Shannon McElroy emerging the winner in that first set of the game. 6 shots to 5. And as we have all week with the singles and pairs, we start again now, set 2.
So Peter has joined us again. And Peter, the momentum really is with Australia here after that end. You'd think that Aaron Wilson, even though he's dropped the first set, might be just feeling a bit more buoyant than his New Zealand opponent.
Yeah, definitely. I actually came in, as you may hear the door when it opens off the creek, but I actually come in, I thought Shannon had it all over him there at one stage there. And then Aaron played a top bowl, which we know he's capable of doing. But even with that last end, I don't know what, I know they're both champions here, but why didn't they play that nice little swinging hand there and try and sit a bowl? And Shannon's bowls were just either ducking. And that, as we've seen right through the event so far, the hand here is the better kind of hand. Any different type of weight on that other hand, and that's where he could have actually ended up with a draw in that game there. And Aaron could have got himself out of trouble. But I think I mentioned too, just before we started, guys, I did say it was going to be a quick game. We normally start, well, we started it just on 3, and here we are, half an hour, we've played 1 set. And that's why my thoughts were that this is going to be a quick game. Knowing the guys, they don't tend to muck around. Once they've got a shot in mind, they'll be quite into that. You'll find here, even this shot here, you possibly find Aaron will get into that now straight away. Yeah, see.
You were nearly right. He did it earlier. You were correct about 5 ends ago. It's been such a fascinating, an instinctive game that they play, isn't it?
Oh, he would have been trying. Look, see.
Beautiful.
Yeah, why have a ping pong, I suppose?
Yeah.
He's got the back bowl, he's sitting right on it, a snorter, as I say, but Shannon's just got to clunk onto that and he'll get shot. But going out there, before I came in, I see the girls, the New Zealand girls, they were, I think, I just walked in and they were, first head I think was coming their way.
Which game's that?
In the pairs.
Yep.
Does that sound right there?
You're talking development?
No, Taylor. Taylor was playing the singles. Sorry, Taylor was playing the singles.
Yeah, so Taylor currently leads the singles 3-0, and
3-0.
the women's fours lead 2-0, and they need to win both of those games
sets, correct.
and accrue a positive differential of about 14 shots, the Open woman. Now, Shannon's had a good look at this. He doesn't have the backest
In fact, you'd be too shy, I think.
bowl.
He's played a set a bit like Keanu's bowl and just try and sit and hopefully it touches back on you.
Second and third.
I think we'll find they're all square, the two of them here on in their games. Where Shannon's won 2 and Aaron's won 2, so it's.
Wonder what their career stats are, because they must have played each other so many times in the last 10 years.
God, it must be about 50 times when every time there's a test match or, some
Yeah, that's
venue,
right.
they're always paired up against each other playing. So they know each other's inside out. And it was like last night, they both had to wait around for a tick and have their tests done. And they're both calm about it, having a chat, and they're just good mates.
Last bowl of this first end, second set.
I think he's
McElroy winning the first set.
just trying to get in his way here. Shannon could play that on either. It's all over. One. Shannon was going up to pick it up. You see the Aussie boys all sitting in the ditch now, pretty relaxed.
Yeah. That's the 4 playing there, and standing tall on the far side is Taylor Bruce. Playing the singles again.
Got a great bowl here, Kiano. I'm still coming down from that last game of triples. I'm not too sure if you mentioned that before I come in, but that was a great game to be involved with.
Jack on the 2 metre mark, and so is Aaron Wilson's first bowl.
I wonder if they were watching the last game there where they did see the bowls coming down on the opposite hand there, where they were taking a couple of extra metres on the running they would just take off, and they've decided to play the narrower hand.
Following a similar track here, Wilson. Top bowl.
So quickly into their work, these players.
Far away from snaring the jack here and moving it.
Oh,
Gee, very close.
oh, Aaron's still holding on to the shot.
McElroy's been so close with 2 bowls at picking up the jack. And what does Aaron Wilson do? He
He's
just
won it.
puts another one in there.
Hit.
That'll be 2, so getting around that's quite difficult. So it might be a split coming on here. Do you think he'll?
Just has to be
Have we
careful
go?
to get the smallest amount. The only danger is if you get a big chunk of the shot bowl at 12, you're going to cannon your own bowl out. So Shannon will look for the split, but better to miss wide rather than narrow, I feel.
I think you're right.
In my humble, opinion.
We don't want to see what happened in the last game. Take out your 2 bowls and flick off, and
Yeah. Go 19 down.
You're all good to hit it, but just miss on the wide side.
Yes.
Even through the outside bowl, that's probably good.
how many bowls has he got? Oh, I just got distracted before. So Shannon's got 2 left. He actually could play just a controlled ditch weight here and just squirt it out. As an option, or it will be the drive.
We won't have to wait long to find out.
Mike Kernahan, the coach in the background, thinking, I think a cup of tea is more interesting than watching Shannon play this.
Yeah, he's going
Yeah, controlled weight.
control weight to split it. badly played, you know, guys. It's half
In
of
fact,
this.
better than not badly.
That's a great bowl.
Oh, lovely effort.
Yeah. He'll change his hand next time.
Built the head nicely for himself.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Most of us would have got a rush of blood to the head and wanted to charge into that was good control shot.
Mainly because couldn't play the controlled weight.
Yeah. I know the feeling.
No, you got to back yourself at times. Confidence. The trouble is with Aaron here is it's more the dead draw. Sit.
He's looking to
Shannon,
push onto his maybe and shunt the jack back again.
No.
No.
I think more to sit
He's
Shannon's
playing
bowl there at 6 o'clock.
He's in the ditch, I think.
And if he did have the weight, it would have come
Yeah.
through John, and then he with his bowl and got 2. But I think Shannon will change his hand now and do a worker. It's called a worker off the bowl. It's 9 o'clock,
Yep.
and then just get half it or half the. There's 3 different options here. Half on his own bowl, which is staying at 3. Sit in the shot bowl or getting a quarter of the jack for 2.
And he stands up there and plays the backhand.
Oh, shoot him.
Yeah, forehand it's got to be, doesn't it?
Oh, it'd have to be.
Yeah.
So same type of weight that he just played his last bowl. I just feel that that particular hand, when you do put the weight on, they tend to hang a tad. He's got that controlled weight, so it could come home now. Here it comes. He's not badly played, guys. If he gets half his own bowl. Oh, that's the wrong way, eh?
Yeah.
Bad luck.
Top effort. And so one shot there to Aaron Wilson. He moves to 2-0 up after 2 ends. So Wilson quickly throws the mat down, puts the jack down with equal speed. We are in the last round of matches. 3 days of play in the Trans-Tasman Challenge Series at the Nine Eye Bowling Club in the Hutt Valley. And Australia have the strong position. Things were very much tied up after day 1 with only the development team dominating. That was the Australian development team. The other parts were all pretty much even. Nothing much had changed after yesterday's play. Australia had an advantage, but it got down to this morning's games, and boy, were we treated to some magnificent matches with tiebreakers, narrow results either way, lots of animation from the players, support from the spectators, been really good, some great stuff. Australia do have the overall advantage and will be the winners of the Trans-Tasman Trophy. There's still stuff to play for, eh? Still
Pride now.
Still McElroy wants to be able to say, well, the last time we met, I was the winner.
Yeah.
And it'll be the same with the other singles and the fours as well. There's quite a bit of levity out there as results are sort of known, but still that wanting to play and also to impress your selectors enough to say, I want to be in the next team.
You can't beat playing for your country.
And these two here, I think in particular, have got a strong chance of being in their top squad. And it has been shortened now to 3 of each, say 3 women, 3 men, plus the couple of the 3 paros as well. So
good luck to the selectors.
Yeah, it's shortened everyone's odds. I think Shannon will be changing his hand now and just try and sit the bowl there.
And he is on the forehand. What were you saying, Peter?
I was just going to say, nothing much.
That was a shot to play there.
Yes.
Hasn't played that hand much. He's probably saying, I can't believe where that's finished.
Well, that was what I was mentioning before. It's such a fine line. If you just miss it, it's going to cut.
Yeah. Looking to repeat the dose here. Wilson, draw another one and make it 2. Put the heat on McIlroy, and he does. Is that a second shot?
It is.
Yep, it is. So,
Thank you, Margaret.
maybe a bit more aggression here.
Oh, yeah.
They'll both go.
Yes.
Get it square. They both peel out real clean.
There's a good shot on here. If he hits the front one, the way those angles,
All 3.
all 3 could possibly go, if not the jack in the bin. If he takes the whole lot, the wing bone won't come into contention as well.
I reckon he'll hit the front one. They'll both put off, and as a collision bowl will follow through and get rid of the third bowl.
Correct.
Sit there for 4.
Yeah.
Go on, Shannon. Don't make a liar of me.
Yeah, well,
They'll be saying,
he's first of all got to hit that.
Yeah, he will.
You know,
I've
he
got
will.
faith.
Yeah,
Good.
okay, so he hits that.
4 shots in about 12 seconds, though. I would play it on the forehand, so I'm not sure.
he's playing control weight. It's not badly played, you know, guys. Oh, it didn't turn, see?
Doesn't want to turn.
And that's the thing with a swinging hand. You put the weight on, they'll just hang. I thought it might have been a bit of a in the bin stuff.
Lovely speed.
Yeah.
Oh, is that that might have been Aaron's back bowl? My apologies. It's got a yellow disc on it, so
The shot was still sound to,
Yes.
to go through the shot bowl.
correct.
Well, here we see it. Aaron Wilson's going to score 2 shots on this end, and the score 4-0 after 3 ends of 7. Are we heading for a tiebreak to finish off our coverage of this Trans-Tasman series?
We talked about momentum after the first set, where McIlroy was leading 6-1 and then dropped a single and then dropped a 3, 6-5. He won the set 6-5, but the momentum was heading towards Wilson, and he's carried on with that, winning. So he's won 5 ends in a row now and leads by 4-0 in the second. And as Alex has just mentioned, a tie-break looms.
Very important that Shannon does score on that, even if it's a 1. He needs to score, stop the momentum, and not only that, that would have been another end. And you give a person like Aaron a 5-0 buffer with a couple of ends to play, well, you know, you'd be thinking it's going to be very hard for Shannon to come back if Aaron scores a couple on this end. It's good to see they're playing that hand coming down now where before.
They are now.
Remember that end there that Shannon nearly could have dropped the 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I just feel all weekend that's the truer hand. Well, not so, I shouldn't say the truer hand. The more consistent hand that's going to
Certainly
help you
on a long.
Yeah, on a line. You know,
long hit.
You know, you look at this. You don't see too many loose bowls coming down this way.
No.
He might have forced Shannon to swap his hand.
Instinctively, you'd want to be on your backhand here because you can't draw the shot on the forehand side.
Oh, it
Enough
might be,
room.
yeah, but it could be playing on his head too about how the last end there, remember in the tie in the first set, we played a couple of shockers, but I'm sure Shannon will rectify the problem there. He's skilled enough. It's only got to work now, halfway down. Aaron's got a good side of there. Just draw around it.
Yeah,
And even as Aaron is over to the back, it's you know, puts a lot of doubt into Shannon's mind what weight to play. If he's not up, that would be. Oh no! See, that's a perfect bowl there for Aaron. He's covered everything, so Shannon has to play the proper shot because he still could go 2 down if he plays it right.
Just a messy head for McIlroy.
weight onto it. He's on a good line.
Can't be far away.
Yeah, he's got to be closer, surely.
When's it turning?
Oh, let's give him a bit more positive next shot, I feel.
Well, that's the back bowl too.
Yes.
Which is an advantage. Wilson knows the situation. He's been down there, watched that last bowl of McIlroy's, saw where his bowl finished up.
Just so not slow. Over the head. Watch this bowl.
I've had a little bit of a toweling up from him. I played in the Valley singles and I was 16-4 up and I lost 17-25. The guy just turned to another gear. I thought, I've got this. I've got the Commonwealth guy. And mate, he just, as you've just seen there, he's just on the mat that quick.
Yeah.
Trails kiddies, puts you off your line. But a great guy to play against. So, well, they're all good gentlemen.
Yeah. Right, McIlroy. Would he go the 2? Have a look at some weight here.
Yeah, he would.
They'll both go if he hits the front one square.
No, he'd come off his own, he'd be all right.
Yeah, takes out one.
I think he's got the shot but from his wing bowl, would he?
Yeah, I think the bowl that sits at 7 looks like
Yeah,
the shot for my money.
Oh, he's one down.
Wilson's got the mat. So that's 6 ends in a row for Wilson. He leads the second set 5-0, 3 ends to play.
As I said, these guys, games can be all over pretty quickly, basically, the way they play.
The marker has hardly got down
Oh, the kiddies there.
before the jack is there. Just all of us. Margaret Eames puts the jack down, looks up to make
Bang.
sure everyone's all right, and sees the bowl halfway down.
Yeah, it's got a nice run in here. How good's this?
It's a lovely little dip there, isn't it? You know, it's coming
yeah.
down nicely and then just cuts across. So McIlroy will follow that down, no problem.
Seems to be who's got the best touch at the moment.
Yeah.
I am pleased to report for our New Zealand fans that the para team has won on a countback on a plus 11 net total of shots. They were drawn at 9 games apiece.
Wow.
And won on a countback, so that's back-to-back wins for the New Zealand para team. But what a mighty competition that was between Australia and New Zealand in the para grade.
Some of those games that we watched, and we only watched 2 matches, but there were some remarkable bowls played, and particularly that one between Reynolds and Noble, the pairs match.
You would have to say that Australia and New Zealand must have 2 of the best international para teams in the world.
Tight here, Aaron.
Yeah.
Shannon. You got to let him come home on that.
Even though you watch him there, he's watching it all the way, see it finish.
Is that the shot? Jack level bow? Hard to see from this angle.
You might just say measure, but I think it looks like that one that's just past the jack of McIlroy's, you would think.
Be pretty tight.
Oh no, that's it there. Okay, so the back one is the shot.
How would you feel as an umpire marking when you've got 2 champions like this up there?
Nervous is how I would feel.
Yep.
Don't ask me how many you're holding or any other questions, just in case I get them wrong.
Or he might have a little tickle up at that. No, he's going to try and draw his way out of trouble.
On a big wide this time. That's overcompensating.
Here she comes. Here she comes. You'd have to have a little tickle up now.
Even if it's just to loosen up the shoulders, Shannon was incredible for the six ends. Didn't miss a bowl.
Yeah.
Had a loose seventh end of the first set, but won it because he was four up, and has sort of just lost his line and length a little bit, which are two of the important parts of bowls. So sometimes you just have a drive just to relax the shoulders and reset yourself.
We can look down the barrel. If he touches this, it could be 3 down. Oh. Look at this, looking like bread and butter.
Yeah, so that drive is out. Oh, might not be. Draw your way out of it, Shannon. Just pull the shot out.
I'm looking at a bit of last night's game there where it looks so easy, but they just cut right across.
Yeah.
B, play your favourite shot where Shannon doesn't miss by much.
Even if you look on the forehand for the shot bowl of Aaron's that sits at 8 o'clock to the jack, you get that square, you're getting rid of at least two of them. Your collision bowl could come across.
Well, if anything, he would only be 2 down because he put the measure on, yes.
Yeah.
So hit that.
So if he hits that,
the whole 3 will go.
Yeah. So the bowl to the left of the jack, as we viewed it a moment ago,
sorry, John,
is the shot. The one on behind it is the second shot. Contact on one will take the other out, and Aaron Wilson indicated to Shannon that it was 2.
Yeah, I think there's merit in having a nibble at this.
Yeah, so you see it there.
Oh, definitely.
Bowl to the left of the jack onto the one that's just immediately in front of it as we view it.
You can afford to miss wide too, because you never know what happens with you when you have low bowls.
Well, you got nothing to lose if you're up. If you're going to miss it, you're 2 down. That's 7-0, and you're not going to score 7 points in 2 ends, realistically. Yeah, he's shaking this. Get into it, Shannon. That's it.
Try to just remember what this green has done to him previously.
Well, as long as you've got weight or straight. He's trying to draw it off his bowl. There, see? Just needs to clip his own. That's
Oh, that'll be 3 anyway. Maybe not 3. Maybe a measure for 4.
Oh, Aaron's giving him the eye.
Yeah.
I think when he looks at this, he may have looked
3.
Yeah, I think he should have had a bit of a
total reversal, more than a reversal of the first set. Aaron Wilson's can't be tamed. What are we on? 5, 6, 7 ends in a row of scoring.
Yeah. So McElroy has not scored in 7 ends, which, if you resign yourself to a tiebreaker and you're dropping ends, you don't go into a tiebreaker with much confidence.
No.
Just sort of lost his touch.
I'll just get the set over, and that's what we've talked about through the whole series. Is one thing good about the set match, you can get a bit of a toweling, and I think we've seen it in a few of the other games there, where you can come right back and win the set on the tiebreak. So it may look stupid at the moment, the score, but you have got a chance of winning 2 ends in the next one, and hopefully come home with the bacon.
Beautiful weather at the Night Night Bowling Club today, isn't it? About 433 degrees in the commentary booth.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot how hot it was.
Nodding off. Right, that's your one loose one of the end, Shannon. And the same for Aaron. 2 loose bowls by these world champion players.
Shannon will be looking at this and thinking, realistically, I've got 2 trial ends for the tiebreak. That's what it is. It's 2 trial ends. Whether that be you wind up or you try, you do whatever you want. It's trying to build into a tiebreak situation.
I think Aaron hasn't let him in the set. He's put him 2 bowls on one hand, 2 on the other, or she's just like a fish out of the water at the moment, Shannon.
Just putting the foot on the throat.
Well, that's.
gosh.
Actually, you took the words out right out of my mouth there.
Yeah.
John, I think what's going to happen, Aaron will be really trying for this particular end, and if he picks up a 4, it's like, I've just cleaned you up, dished you up 11-0 or something like that. Where Shannon's just got to take his medicine now and just get down and it's just sort of like
play a shot like this and draw the shot. Is he going to run it out or not? No.
That's what I say. He's taking a bit off, bit on.
Well, I've got some exciting news for Kiwi fans. So remember, the Open Women's team currently trail by 2 games and 19 shots. Just had a look at the live scoring. Taylor Bruce won her first set 7-2, so that's +5, and is winning her second set 10-0, so that's +15. If she can hold on there, the women's 4s, who are currently 3-4 down after 5, in theory just have to win, and it could be another victory for New Zealand at this Trans-Tasman series. Development men have gone to the Australians, development women have gone to the Australians, Open men have gone to the Australians, so they have won the series again. So we're going to have to wait a while longer to claim that one. Only 3 in 20 years, but the Open women are staging what could be quite a remarkable recovery in this third round today.
I think the women over the period of time with most of the international play there, Alex, is they have been the ones coming home with the medals.
Well,
and
McElroy's broken his duck here. Got a fortuitous single and grins and knows it.
He's thinking, now am I going to get a 7 with 4 bowls?
Yeah.
Oh, Shannon's
Fair
pretty.
play.
Yeah, Shannon's very realistic. He knows that.
I don't think he'll be wanting to play maximum length at all. The way these long ends haven't suited him.
I saw in the first set when I was out there, it didn't look as bad as what it was, you know, and then Aaron just played a couple of honeys there, playing tight to the head.
Always remember McElroy saying, you know, I don't care if an end's over, we can't, and I'm going to waste my last bowl, I use it. Every bowl I play with some aim in mind. So even though this set is gone, he's not just going to toss the bowls down. There's going to be method to each bowl. Just needs a couple of good bowls here, set himself up for the tiebreaker, and that's exactly what Wilson's doing as well. He's been on song.
There we go. So it's just the final end. It's essentially a trial end for both of these players. We know we're going to a 3-end tiebreaker to decide this game. How good is that bowl? This is where I almost wouldn't hit it, because your first bowl of the tiebreaker is going to be a draw shot.
Yep.
So I just about practice a draw shot. This is a relevant end.
Who's got the met, I think, for the first end? Can't remember.
We'll find out.
Yep.
Little tap.
Yeah. Pop the jack back.
Oh, a lovely effort.
Yep.
Right, so
we're into tie-break time in this final match. The final round of the Trans-Tasman for 2025 singles game between two champion players, Aaron Wilson and Shannon McElroy. Tiebreaker, 3-end tiebreaker.
Well, we got a little pause here. I'd just like to congratulate my wife,
Oh.
mate, doing it. She'd done it in 1 hour 45, and she just sent me a text saying she's going home to sit in the pool. So it must have been pretty hard for her. Well done, dear. I'll see you later on. Bye.
Yeah, good. That was really sweet, Peter.
Was,
Yeah.
yeah.
It was really
You don't
nice.
look like a sweet sort
Oh,
of
I got
caring
to.
person, eh?
Well, when you're away a lot, you got to
Yeah,
pull a
yeah.
plug sometime. But I had my daughter just send a photo of her crossing the finish line there at 1 hour 47. After doing that,
There wouldn't be a photo of me crossing the finish line simply because I very much doubt I would make the finish line.
the only photo would be with an ambulance with me laying on a stretcher.
Just be this
Okay, we're back to
photograph
the
of a 1 hour 47 somewhere.
back to the bowls.
Be like that.
Yep. So here's the length of end that McElroy believes will suit him. Playing the hand that you disagree with, Peter.
Well, I have been, but hey,
But at
the
this
shorter
length, you
length,
see, I think shorter length, it's all right. Yep.
you hit it on the head. Aaron straight into it even before the bowl went to rest.
Yeah.
That's how focused he is, this guy. Look at this. What a way to opener. Right, hurry, how are you saying?
Good ball.
What a way to open. Here's your weight.
Yes, his weight is good. But not perfect.
Well, give you a shot to play. Give you a shot. It's very similar to the tight games now. These guys like playing shots, maybe more than they're drawing the way the greens letting them play. Aaron hasn't had to play shots because he's been drawing so well. Just get a little bit of, and for Shannon's favour here, if he can play a big one on his next bowl, he's going to force Aaron into playing some big shots. He might play the same way, get half his bowl and it squirts out through or hits it and follows through onto the jack. But hey, look at this guy.
Looks closer than that, doesn't it, from here?
Yes. Looks like if he can just sit. Gee, that didn't come out too good.
Whoa.
Just sit. Just sit Aaron's bowl that it could become to the shot. Gee, that didn't sound right.
That's
did it?
quite different to the first suggestion you had.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's not going to make it.
perfect track.
At least I tried to rectify that and it just didn't sound right, did it?
No, I think sometimes it pays to leave it alone. And people will be listening saying,
Oh, I think-
did my ears deceive me?
Oh,
Or
no,
did he just say,
That's-
what was it you thought you said?
No comment.
Yeah. Wilson almost nailed this curling one around his own bowl, which is the shot.
He'd be playing the same one. And if he, the trouble is here, if he's a bit tight, he only needs half a roll onto Shannon's bowl, and it could actually squirt it back up.
But he's not.
No, look at this.
Great
That
effort.
that took off more than what he thought. What would you do if you're Shannon here? Sit the bowl,
Oh, I think so, eh? Even
not the other bowl?
your shortest bowl onto the next bowl, which
Yes.
would certainly take out, if done accurately, would certainly take out the shot bowl, and you leave the jack where it is.
Some of us might
Sounds
just,
like an indoor bowls shot, Alex.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Into bowls, great game.
some people will think we'll just take the medicine just in case you do sit on it and
Yeah.
you take your own bowl out. But with these guys, if there's a chance on for a shot, they will get it. They'll go for it.
Tiebreaker, though, I wonder, and
Yeah. Oh, do you take medicine? Just go one down.
Yeah, do you just draw one here?
Yeah, just try and draw it.
'Cause it hasn't been all that far away with those two previous ones.
I think it's going to hook a bit too much, is it?
Oh, I think it might be okay.
How's his weight?
He's
Go,
only just
little bowl.
He's only got to sit down.
Mighty effort. Always felt it must be so challenging for these guys to make a decision on what shot to play because they can play all of them. Most of us
That's what I say.
You work backwards from your ability. So I'd go, well, I won't hit it because I can't.
Yeah, that's right.
Therefore, it's nice and simple for me. But they can do anything. So that the shot selection must actually be quite difficult, I think.
Shannon will be thinking to himself, well, if I do go down one, if Aaron doesn't play one, it's only one and I've got the last bowl. You know, especially with...
But he hasn't got the last bowl.
No, with the end, if he loses the...
I see, with the last end,
the last end.
Yeah.
He's only going to be one down.
Well, all in that little zone, eh?
Yeah. Look how great that head is.
Is it definitely Wilson here? You'd think that left-hand bowl is the one.
By the looks of the umpire hiding her hip, they're not sure. But one thing about it, Shannon would have been thinking, if I am down, I've got the last bowl, this hit, this, and then the second end. Aaron was quite comfortable.
Yeah.
Confident, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He's so quick into his work, eh? So one on that first end of the tiebreak. A reminder that the way the tiebreaks work in this event is it's not done on the number of ends that you win. So some tiebreaks using World Bowls events, it might be you score a 4 but it counts as one sort of thing. So the number of ends, 2 out of 3 ends. This one, whoever scores the most shots over 3 ends wins. And we've seen that bite New Zealand on a couple of occasions over this Trans-Tasman series.
They'll go boom. As I haven't looked at the full chart over the last 3 days, but I'd say realistically, okay, we have been beaten, but I think some of the tie breaks, we haven't won too many, so there's been some close games, but we just haven't been favourable on that tie break area.
Yeah,
maybe something to work on in future.
When the dust settles, there'll be plenty to talk about. We've been very competitive, as always, at this Trans-Tasman event. The Australians don't take New Zealand lightly. That's a great bowl from Shannon McElroy.
He's down to business, mate.
And Wilson set the length here.
He's got a lot of weight on that to try and sit the bowl of the kitty here. He's going to cut, I think. Oh, he's building it well.
Imagine if we went to a 4-end tiebreak for the first time this series in this game.
Yeah.
It's the least they could do. They've gone so quickly.
Here's another good bowler, Shannon's.
Oh, don't.
Oh no, he'll snort this.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the sad thing about that. Aaron got the back bowls, but he doesn't want to clip that front one off because the way Shannon has just drawn 2, there's been no problems with him drawing another one.
He could just yeet this.
Is that shank it or
Yeet.
Yeet it?
Yeah. Try it again, John. He's done it. He's done it. Oh, good shot.
And he's got the tee.
Successfully yeeted, and the jack placed on the 2 metre mark. It's my suggestion instead of drive, Peter, if we say yeet.
Oh, he's still got the shot there, Shannon. So he will.
Nothing.
No, I'm just thinking what hand to play.
You're okay.
I'd still play my same hand. I know some people would try and play it bold just to sit the back bowl there at 6 o'clock.
He's bowled.
Two down
2
there.
already.
Yeah.
He's put them both where that bowl is now, so right on the 2 metre.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Where's my rink coach?
No, you don't need a ring coach.
No. Played two perfect bowls here.
Correct.
So why change? Yeah.
You wouldn't want to even. As I say, you played a couple of honeys going. You only got to beat that front one.
We don't want to
don't
smack that. That's a good bowl and another good bowl.
That's good.
Yeah.
So there's no difference to what Aaron was going to play before.
You're still going to have a go at it.
Well, the way they play, they go to take the 2 out and end up with 2 shots.
They'll both go clean.
Yes.
There's no difference in what he played before.
Giving it a long, hard look on his backwards walk down the rink here at Nainai. Rink 2, which has been the television rink throughout the 3 days. Still activity outside with the development matches being played. Para games are finished with New Zealand winning by the slenderest of differential margins. Here we go. He'll be on target. Oh no! Oh yes, he is. Oh gosh! Yeah.
He did enough.
Yeah.
He did enough. Apologise there on the crossover.
No, I think he was just cheering to his supporters. I think actually,
Oh, okay. Oh, it's the opposite of what I thought he was doing.
Do you think Shannon might play that to the ditch? Bowl or kitty in
On
the
the
ditch?
back end.
Yes. I know that.
Look at him shaking his head. He knows that could well have gone the other way.
Because even if Shannon gets a quarter of his own shot bowl, it should go on to the jack or the shot bowl now. That was only have to be maybe a quarter of an inch out, and then Shannon had a bowl in hand for 3 there. Yep, and it's got a bowl to rectify it. Badly played, Shannon, I think.
Has to be half a chance. It's just going to hold on him. Sailing past, and it's one more to Aaron Wilson. So a real chance actually of seeing a fourth extra end, because two's quite doable from Shannon. I don't see a 3.
Yeah, a bit unlucky, and McElroy goes over and chats with Tony Grantham and the fours team over there, which are down on the board against the Aussies. And now we see the jack. Oh, no, we don't see the jack. Where is it?
There it is, John.
There it is. Yep.
Three quarter, that's a good favourable length. Why I say that is gives you a chance if you are heavy, your bowl's going to go on to the 2 metre mark. So he's thought about, if I do put one on it, Shannon will be attacking. Are we going to have a stand?
Needs a 2 to force
Grandstand finish.
another end.
Got the track. The track. Got the track.
Track for the jack.
There's one. That's a good shot from Shannon McElroy.
I honestly feel if Shannon draws another one.
If he gets the chance to draw another one.
Oh, I think he will. I think if Shannon draws another one, he'll go that. He's putting in, he knew what he wanted to do. Bowl or kitty then, trail it back, but hadn't happened, so it's given Shannon an opportunity. So, and Shannon will be thinking, I need another shot, but I've got to be over as well. He's on that same line. He's not badly played again, guys. You can't do any
Don't
more.
sit against the bias. Sit down, stop. Well, he's holding two.
He'll have a wee tickle at that. That's what I was trying to say is...
Wilson will have a little tickle. He tucks the bowl under his arm and just goes down to have a wee look at this. So...
And if Shannon does get out, not get out of this, if Aaron does win, if Aaron doesn't do anything, you'll find Shannon will try and play the shot before Shannon. He'll try and disturb that a little bit and open her up, change Aaron's shot altogether. That's only if Aaron misses. But Aaron, if you saw for his second bowl, put one right at the back there.
So you believe Aaron's going to wind up at this
Oh,
bowl?
I think so. It's too close to... unless it's not the second shot, we don't know. So he's going to. It might only be one. We don't know.
How's his weight?
I don't know.
Pretty damn
Oh,
good.
oh, that superlative bowl. What a shot. We think.
That's unbelievable.
I wonder if what was he, 1 or 2 down?
I actually want him to have been 2 down and have just decided, I'll just draw.
Oh, Shannon's just got to play onto his front bowl and follow through here, hopefully.
Absolutely incredible
I was
stuff.
just going to say, that's the disco, you know. If he goes running after it and stops and looks,
Panic stations.
you know he's on
Or
target.
panic stations for you, yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, is it backhand, did you say, Peter?
I think onto his front red bowl, Shannon. Play through. You can see basically how it's looking there at, what are we saying, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Go through on the red bowl. The red bowl follows through onto the jack, and hopefully it can squeeze out Aaron's bowl, and Shannon's bowl in hand will follow through.
Brilliant.
So forehand.
Yes. And then if you're just over a fraction, you're going to cover that 2 metre mark and play the same shot. Because I don't think Aaron will try and fatten it again. Aaron will duck for cover and just cover bowls. I think that's all he's got, is try and open it up with that front red one of his. The red and blue bowl he's got.
Lining up like he's going to be on his forehand. Now he's switched.
Yeah, he switched to his backhand, yeah.
He's going to try and draw around it, eh? Suck it back.
Oh, when are you biting?
He's biting. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, gosh. Oh, right.
Do you hear the groan from the
Yeah.
crowd?
That's a good positional bowl, though. He's got options again, depending on what Wilson produces with his last, which may well be just to cover that last one of McIlroy's.
You would think so. Yeah, holding the shot.
2 metre.
Two up
Who's
on
got
the
the 2 metre?
card.
McIlroy's got the 2 metre,
Mm.
but just one there, so.
That's a hard shot to play, but isn't it? But he's competent enough to do it. But or does Aaron try the shot before him? I don't know. Split the middle of Shannon's last bowl.
Just got to steer clear of it.
Yeah, you'd have to stay clear of it and just cover the split. Yeah. I still like that shot down that other hand, you know. Yeah, I still like that one there, Shannon. You're looking at that red bowl down. Bit of weight. Yeah. He's looking at it.
All the angles, eh?
Yeah.
He's looking at
But that's
forehand side, which is the side that he's standing on.
I think playing the red is a winning shot where you could get 3. This other one you have to be so perfect, especially
Just-
the
and
way
just
when the
to get
hook,
2.
just to get 2. And then if you're only half a bowler, you're going to clunk up the other one. It's up to Sharon now, and it's you can't do any more than that.
Right, he's decided backhand.
Here we go. Could be the last bowl of the. How's he looking?
He's not far away.
He's got to bite a bit
He's
more.
not far away.
He's got to bite.
Oh, no, he's not quite managed it there. Shannon McIlroy just skimming past the outside. And it is a win to Aaron Wilson, and that's nice to see. And congratulations to Australia. That does mean that the Australian Open men, I can tell viewers, have won this test match, and the Australia as a whole won the series, but there's still a chance for the Open women, and congratulations through to the para team too, who have won their rubber. Thank you for joining us. Sit back, relax and enjoy a few minutes of highlights from that match.
Those are just some of the highlights from the last game, and we've had highlights of 3 days here. Some wonderful competition between Australia and New Zealand. The Trans-Tasman Trophy still carries on, a few games to be completed, but overall Australia are now assured of the Trans-Tasman title yet again. We've seen some wonderful play amongst some of the best players in the world. For Australia, the trip has been well worthwhile, and we've enjoyed having you here in New Zealand again. So from the Nine Bowling Club, we are pleased to have brought you 3 days of coverage here from the Bowls New Zealand coverage team. We hope you've enjoyed it, and we do hope that you continue to enjoy your bowls.
When someone you care about is going through a tough time, it can be hard to know what to do. Here's 10 ways